because God said I can't preach unless my wrist is heavy. I don't believe in that stuff. I love you guys. I appreciate y'all listening to the Al Tatum Show. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Hold the phone. I'll be back.
I never give my love to a broke guy that has a love that's strong.
Hey, your friend Sean Hannity here. Look, lose the weight, keep it off. There's a revolutionary program, NJ Diet. Just call now, 855-5NJ-DIET. Now, with NJ Diet, patients typically lose 20 to 50 pounds in just 40 days. It's backed with a contractual money-back guarantee. Now, it starts with a personalized bioenergetic program based on saliva, hair, and blood work. Call now, 855-5NJ-DIET on the web, njdiet.com.
Impeach46store.com. Make a statement. Impeach46store.com. Get your gear now. Share your message. T-shirts, golf shirts, and more. Super soft, high-quality long and short-sleeved apparel. New designs monthly. Time to let DC know where you stand. Support your fellow conservative capitalists. Free shipping with every order over $60 using the promo code AM560. Say what you want to say without saying a word. Impeach46store.com.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com. On the AM 560 mobile app. Tune in, iHeart, and on Odyssey.
It's the start of 10 days of mourning in Britain. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News, and crowds are building outside Buckingham Palace to honor the late Queen Elizabeth.
I think it's not just London that's mourning today. I think it's the entire world.
She has been like a constant for more than 70 years.
Fox's Alex Hogan is in London.
The Queen wanted a seamless transition of power, and that is exactly what we saw take place in the last year. Prince Charles, who is now King Charles III, took more and more roles, more and more duties, stepping in for the Queen as her mobility deteriorated.
King Charles will address Britain later today. No date's been set for his formal coronation. The Queen met with 13 U.S. presidents, including President Biden last year. He calls her incredibly gracious.
The thoughts and prayers of the American people are with the people of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth in their grief.
The president addressed Democrats in Maryland and again took aim at his Trump-supporting critics.
The extreme set of MAGA Republicans has chosen to go backwards, full of anger, violence, hate, and division. And that's what their game is.
Republicans have said it's the president being divisive, insulting millions of Americans. Steve Bannon defiant after being charged with money laundering and a fraud scheme in New York, accused of defrauding investors in a build a border wall fundraising effort.
We are not going to back down, and they will not be able to shut me up. And I'm going to stay and fight this.
President Trump pardoned Bannon on similar federal charges. Law enforcement attacked in Georgia.
I am saddened to report this evening that the Cobb County Sheriff's Office has lost two young, bright deputies.
Cobb County Sheriff Greg Owens, the deputies were ambushed and killed while serving a warrant. The suspected gunman was then barricaded in a home till surrendering. Two suspects are in custody. North Korea's leader, Kim Jong-un, again pledges that his country will never give up nuclear weapons, while North Korean parliament passed a law that triggers an automatic nuclear response if the country's leader's attacked. America's listening to Fox News.
64 degrees in Chicago on a Friday. 5:02 on AM 560, The Answer, and good morning. I'm Mike Scott. One man is dead, shot by police in Zion. Police say the officers were called out last night by a person who reported that a relative was trying to break into her home in the 2800 block of Ezra Avenue. She said she had an order of protection. Officers arrived, locating the relative near a back door of the home. He pulled out a gun and began firing at officers, who then retreated. The man ran one block west before another officer shot him. The suspect was pronounced dead at a nearby hospital. A suburban man is charged with murder after hitting and killing another man with a vehicle in Chicago's West Loop this past weekend. Police say Joseph Verdone hit the man in the 100 block of North Ogden Avenue Sunday. He continued driving, leaving the victim dead at the scene. Verdone was arrested 2 days later at his home in suburban Hillside. A Republican mayor in DuPage County is outraged that Mayor Lightfoot didn't consult him about putting illegal immigrants in hotels in his city. We get more this morning from AM 560's Nikki Whaley.
Mayor Lightfoot, who's been touting the message that all migrants are welcome in Chicago and that it's a sanctuary city, has been relocating them to a hotel in DuPage County. According to an investigation by local WGN9, many of the illegals arrived on Wednesday and were quietly sent to a hotel in Burr Ridge. Mayor Gary Grasso told WGN that neither he nor the village administrator were notified, which is very concerning. The mayor says he found out when residents started calling officials. In the AM 560 The Answer newsroom, I'm Nikki Whaley.
Crime statistics from the FBI show an upward trend in violent crime in the state. Among those crimes on the rise in the state of Illinois, police killed in the line of duty. Here's AM 560's Greg Bishop.
Illinois had 14 police killed in the line of duty over the past decade. 8 of those are in the last 3 years, with 5 killed in 2021.
In Illinois, we had the 5th most felonious homicides in 2021 out of 50 states among law enforcement officers. And if you look at the 10-year stretch, we ranked number 7 out of 50.
That's WirePoint senior editor Matt Rosenberg, who doesn't see the trends relaxing and said rhetoric around law enforcement comes from the top.
Armed robberies, carjackings, crimes on transit in big cities. There are very worrisome things going on, and it loops around and connects back with the violence toward police.
Rosenberg called it a great unraveling, something he said's intensified in the past 3 years. I'm Greg Bishop.
Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot addressed the pending departures of several aldermen in the city this week and says she will not change how she conducts business. So far, 13 Chicago City Council members announced they would not return to the job, deciding to seek other opportunities. Lightfoot spoke of the changes this week, addressing the departures and the damaged relationships she has with the council.
I'm 60 years old. I'm not going to change who I am. I definitely will have and will continue to push people sometimes out of their comfort zone because that's what our residents are demanding of us.
The aldermanic elections are in February. Bears chairman George McCaskey is vowing that the team would be good neighbors if they relocated to suburban Arlington Heights.
We felt it was important to get in front of you in these early stages to share the progress we've made to date and get your feedback.
However, McCaskey told the crowd gathered last night at John Hersey High School that the franchise will need some public money in order to move forward with parts of the multi-billion-dollar project. Team president Ted Phillips telling reporters the team's only plan for a new stadium is at their site in Arlington Heights. The move will take the Bears to the suburb the NFL wanted the Bears to move to in the mid-1960s during the AFL-NFL merger talks. Governor Pritzker is accusing Texas Governor Greg Abbott and his office of being uncooperative in helping with the busloads of migrants Abbott is sending from Chicago to Texas.
The governor of Texas is essentially taking these people, treating them like chattel, treating them like property, putting them on buses, sending them wherever he wants to send them.
Though she actually never set foot in Milwaukee, Queen Elizabeth II, who died yesterday at 96, was celebrated there. She visited the area, helping mark the opening of the St. Lawrence Seaway in 1959. She was on board the royal yacht Britannia when it sailed by the Milwaukee lakefront on its way to Chicago. 6 destroyers from 3 different navies escorted the royal yacht on its journey to Chicago. At the time, Milwaukee and Chicago were the only cities in all of the Great Lakes that the Queen visited. This morning, we say happy birthday to Peter Cetera, who turned 78. Before pursuing a solo career, he was the lead singer for Chicago, raised in Morgan Park. Also, here's something you maybe didn't know. He is credited as one of the background vocalists on Billy Joel's single, My Life, released in 1978. The following year, Cetera quietly collaborated with Karen Carpenter on her self-titled solo album. Something you maybe didn't know. Chicago sports, White Sox treated home plate like a personal welcome mat in Oakland, crushing the A's 14-2. Yoan Moncada led the offense. crushing 2 home runs, driving in 5. Chicago now trails Cleveland for first in the AL Central by a game and a half. Cubs gave up 2 in the ninth and a 4-3 loss to the Reds. Bills start the NFL season with a big victory over the defending Super Bowl champion Rams, 31-10. Bears prepping for kickoff Sunday when the team hosts San Francisco. Sky season over, coming to an end, losing to Connecticut in the WNBA semis. And number 9 Notre Dame tomorrow will look to bounce back from last week's loss when they host Marshall at Notre Dame Stadium. The Wildcats of Northwestern look to stay undefeated. They host Duke at Ryan Field. Fighting Illini hosts Virginia at Memorial Stadium. Tomorrow night on AM 560, The Answer, Northern Illinois will visit Tulsa. The news service of the AM 560 store. Go to 560theanswer.com/store. And a check. Traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
Tickets are on sale now for Freedom Summit 2022, presented by Matrix Home Solutions, coming to the Westin Chicago Northwest and Itasca on Saturday, November 5th. This year's lineup features Larry Elder, Brandon Tatum, Alex Berenson, Jenna Ellis, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, Sean Thompson, and many more. Tickets for this event sell out every year, so don't wait. Get yours today at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Bishop's Hill Winery and by Illinois Concealed Carry Training.
Hey, business owners, are you wondering how to grow your business? Do you need cash flow and a ready source for financing? Well, Signature Bank can help. Hi, Mike Gallagher here to let you know that Signature Bank's loan decisions are made locally by a team who knows your name, cares about your business, and is invested in your success. When you need advice about your business or even have a question, Signature Bank is there to help. There are no handoffs or call centers. This is a team that wants to get to know you and your business. That's why Signature Bank in Chicago is my bank. That's right. I'm a customer. When I call, someone picks up the phone on the other end. And with Signature Bank, I can securely bank anywhere, anytime. Reach out to my friends at Signature Bank. Call 773-467-5630. That's 773-467-5630. Or visit them online at signaturebank.bank. Signaturebank.bank. Your business could be Signature Bank's next success story. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hi, I'm Dave Nissen, CEO of PKF Mueller. The current COVID pandemic has been a challenge for all of us, and many businesses struggled and experienced financial distress. Businesses are focused on recovering now, and fortunately, several government programs are available to ease this process. One such program is the Employee Retention Credit, or ERC, an incentive program designed to bolster businesses that were able to retain their employees during the COVID pandemic. Companies may be eligible for up to $26,000 per employee if they qualify, and they may be eligible even if they previously participated in the Payroll Protection Program, or PPP. Most importantly, this is not a loan. No repayment is required. Billions of dollars are still available, yet many companies are underutilizing this credit due to IRS changes on eligibility. Our dedicated ERC team can help to discover if your business is eligible, determine the amount, and assist with the filing of the credit. Contact me directly to learn more at 630-524-5274 or online at pkfmueller.com.
512 on AM 560, The Answer. Let's get an update on the roads in our Team Hochberg Traffic Center. And this look at the roads is the service of Garage Experts of Chicagoland. Your garage a disorganized mess? Take back your garage with Garage Experts of Chicagoland. Give your garage a makeover. Get your customized estimate today at garageexperts.com/Chicagoland. In Mount Eden's 15, in from Lake Cook Road to the junction. Kennedy Inn right now is at 16 minutes from O'Hare to the Burns Circle interchange. Ike in 22-390 to the old post office. Stevenson is fine. Ryan running without delays. No problems on DeSable Lakeshore Drive or the toll roads. Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with our AccuWeather meteorologist, Steve Williams.
A warm day today, plenty of sun. High today 85, clear tonight, low 64. Periods of clouds and sun for tomorrow, the high 83. Showers and breezy on Sunday, a rumble of thunder possible, the high near 70. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Worried about basement flooding? It's time to call Permaseal, 800-421-SEAL. 64 at O'Hare, 67 Lakefront, 67 Midway. 53 this morning in Aurora. Lake Michigan water temp at Wilmette Harbor, 70. Your next news update is at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts next on AM 560, The Answer.
Priscilla Shire, Tim Tebow, and Willie Robertson are coming to Chicago for Life Surge, September 16th at Willow Creek Community Church in South Barrington. Life Surge features over 9 speakers in a one-day Christian worship and business event, live and in person. Life Surge presents practical biblical strategies to help you grow your faith, business, wealth, and impact for the kingdom. More details and tickets are available at lifesurge.com. That's lifesurge.com. Remember when you were growing up, letting loose in the neighborhood with flashlight tag or ghosts in the graveyard? Great fun. Kids these days are spending way too much screen time on the cell phone or tablet. The only screen time they and their friends should be enjoying this time of year is the outdoor movie screen in your backyard. A.M. Woodland Outdoor Design and Lots Custom Carpentry are ready to help you get your family outside, get away from the tech, and enjoy the space you create for them at home. A fire pit is a great start, but an interactive space with a patio for bags, a gaga ball pit, or pickleball court is even better. How about a cool pool, multi-level deck, outdoor kitchen, or sanctuary under a pergola? Count on the A.M. Woodland and Lots Custom Carpentry team to make your living space dreams come true. A.M. Woodland Outdoor Design and Lots Custom Carpentry, proudly serving Lake, McHenry, Northern Cook, Kenosha counties, and Lake Geneva. Local, family-owned businesses, so important for our communities. Call 847-224-2167 or visit amwoodland.com.
Folks, when shopping for a home mortgage, how much is great service, low closing costs, and competitive interest rates worth to you? At Townstone Financial, it's priceless. Hi, Barry Sterner, founder of Townstone Financial. Let's hear about the Townstone experience from one of our customers.
My name is Melissa, and I bought my first home with Townstone Financial. The owners of the house I bought wanted to close in a very short amount of time. I believe it was 3 weeks. And I was fortunate to have Barry at Townstone did everything for me. And Barry at Townstone explained everything to me, did everything, and then would show me the papers, and I signed them. And that was that. It was the easiest part about closing on the house for me.
Remember, nobody values your home mortgage business more than Townstone. I guarantee it, and I own the company. So call me now, Barry Sterner, at 312-896-2110. That's 312-896-2110. Or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financial is licensed in Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida. NMLS 136639. www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org. Equal housing lender.
Famous conservative quotes presented by Automated Systems.
Winston Churchill once remarked, "The best argument against democracy is a 5-minute conversation with the average voter."
Listen, to all you manufacturing companies out there, I encourage you to call my friend Laz Coolshar from Automated Systems. Automated Systems is a software and system integration company that specializes in companies that are required to meet the FDA numerous compliances and requirements. Automated Systems will create a custom solution for your business that will make your production lines, your facilities, and your plants run more efficiently. Imagine less downtime, more speed, and fewer rejects. From Fortune 500 companies to garage startups, ASI delivers solutions for your toughest automation challenges. If you own a business and need design or process engineering or testing, I encourage you to call my friend Laz at Automated Systems. Call 844-HIRE-ASI or visit hireasi.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI or online at hireasi.com.
Salerno's Pizza and Pasta has been feeding families in the Chicagoland area since 1966. We feature some of the tastiest homemade ravioli, lasagna, meatballs, and let's not forget about the legendary Salerno's Traditional Crust Pizza. Stop by our flagship store in Oak Park and make new memories in our dining room with your kids, grandkids, or old friends. And our banquet room is perfect for your family's events or business luncheons. If you don't have time to stop by and sit down, use our easy phone or online ordering systems. Choose carryout or delivery with our own speedy in-house delivery team. No third-party delivery services and outrageous fees. Order direct. Support local small business. Salerno's Pizza is still family-owned and operated. We give you unrivaled customer service and delicious quality meals and cater any size event. We're open for lunch and dinner. Stop by our locations in Oak Park, Chicago, Lyons, and Bolingbrook. Call Oak Park now at 708-383-1500 or visit us online at salernospizza.com for more info.
It's Health Quest Radio, Chicagoland's longest-running health, news, and science show with your host, Dr. David Kolbaba.
You know, people who age slower live longer. It's our dirt cheap age analysis assessment. We can compare your biologic age with your chronologic age to determine how fast you're aging. Just a few seconds to safely scan for those advanced glycation end products that cause premature aging. And I'll pay for your first assessment. That's right, your first one is free. Then we'll give you a few things to do and retest in 60 days. It's our dirt cheap age analysis assessment. But you gotta call our Health Quest radio hotline at 800-794-1855. That's 800-794-1855. First one free if you make that call right now. Some conditions and restrictions to apply. It's our dirt cheap age analysis assessment. Call 800-794-1855. It's Health Quest Radio with me, Dr. David Kolbaba, this Saturday morning at 11.
Here's to patriotism. Here's to choice. Here's to having your voice be heard, especially when voting with your hard-earned dollars. When voting with your dollars, Matrix Home Solutions asks you to support businesses that share your values. If you're considering a home renovation, specifically basement or bathrooms, Matrix is asking for your vote. Matrix is a locally owned business that was recently named one of the top 50 remodelers in America. They support patriotism, freedom, and liberty-based ideals. As the title sponsor of the Freedom Summit in Chicago, Matrix has committed its support for our voices to be heard. They would also like to show support for loyal AM 560 listeners. Do you have a basement or bathroom project coming up? Visit matrixam560.com to claim your exclusive 20% discount simply by entering promo code VOTE, V-O-T-E. Also, register for your chance to win a free home makeover at matrixam560.com. Vote with your dollars on your next home project by entering promo code VOTE at matrixam560.com.
I'm attorney Stephen Leahy. I help business professionals solve IRS problems forever. One of my clients, let's call him Mike, runs his own business and hadn't filed his tax returns in years. He didn't know what to do, so he did nothing. Not a good choice. Mike knows the IRS can take his bank account, his passport, and his house. What he didn't know is the IRS could contact his customers and collect the money he owes from them. We prepared all Mike's returns, filed an appeal to slow the IRS down, and worked out a plan to pay the IRS based on his budget, not on how much he owed. We helped him with tax planning and his business structure to reduce future tax bills, and we keep him in compliance to keep the IRS away while he focuses on rebuilding his life. What's the first thing you should do if you have unfiled returns or if you owe the IRS money? Get a copy of my book, Deal with Your IRS Problems Today. Go to freeirsbook.com. That's freeirsbook.com to get your copy, or call us at 312-664-6649. There's no time to waste. Fight back now.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Darren Bailey isn't popular with the political establishment of either party because he's from the real world.
I'm proud to be a family farmer. We get up before the sun comes up, and we work until after it goes down. We fix things that are broken. We solve problems, and we grow things. And I love to remind people what farmers do. They feed the world.
Like you, Bailey knows what hasn't worked.
Decade after decade of mismanagement in Springfield, back-to-back billionaire governors, and where has that gotten us?
Bailey got involved in state politics by opposing the income tax increase signed by the previous Republican governor, and then led the opposition to the income tax increase proposed by the current Democrat governor, because high taxes are driving families from Illinois. We tried billionaires from both parties. They left us with high taxes, high unemployment, and high crime rates. How much worse does it have to get before we give a practical problem solver a try? Paid for by people who play by the rules PAC.
One of the things we have learned in the past year, technology is a must. You must have good data and cell service inside your building. Do you have bad service? Let's fix that. This is Kelly Piles. My company is PC Net Services. We fix that bad data and cellular connection inside your building and stop the complaints. It's not as complicated as you might think, but it does make a difference. We work with all major cellular carriers and data communications companies across the nation. We can improve your cellular and data signal in your building with every carrier. No more dropped calls, no more complaints. First responders, firefighters, and government agencies have used us to create a better cellular signal inside their building. We could do the same for you. A veteran-owned company, PC Net Services, connecting you to the world.
Get better cell service in your building, no matter which carrier. For a free analysis, call PC Net Services, 815-545-4439. 815-545-4439.
The Daily Herald 2021 Best of Fox winner for Best Financial Advisor is Total Clarity Wealth Management. The 2021 Reader's Choice Award for Best Wealth Management Firm and Best Financial Planner is Total Clarity Wealth Management. Are you ready for a change? Choose Total Clarity Wealth Management. With a professional team of financial advisors and CPAs, they can show you the way to financial readiness and keep you on track. Their philosophy is built on solid relationships and trust, 401k rollover services, estate planning, and more. They can help you be ready for anything and give you confidence.
I'm Terry Murphy. At Total Clarity, we are committed to providing our clients a clear financial path, whether that be for their own financial independence or create a legacy for future generations.
Call Total Clarity Wealth Management, 630-672-9352. TotalClarityWealth.com. That's TotalClarityWealth.com. Securities offered through LPL Financial Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Total Clarity Wealth Management, Inc., a registered investment advisor and separate entity from LPL Financial. Awards are based on number of readers.
From the Matrix Home Solutions Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 The Answer online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, and on TuneIn, iHeart, and on Odyssey.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560 The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Everything I know about Queen Elizabeth I learned from the Naked Gun movies. So I know this is your forte, Amy, you're being the Anglophile among us. So I'll defer to you for a eulogy of one Queen Elizabeth.
Really? You're going to let me talk about the Queen? Where were you when you heard
Briefly.
that she died?
Buckingham Palace has announced the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. In a statement, the palace said the Queen died peacefully at Balmoral this afternoon. The King and the Queen Consort will remain at Balmoral this evening and will return to London tomorrow. BBC Television is broadcasting this special programme reporting the death of Her Majesty.
That's, yeah.
Where were you
All right.
when you heard the news? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 64636, type in DA, then a quick comment.
Well,
No,
look,
where were you? I'm just asking, where were you when you heard the news?
I don't know.
Mike
I was
Scott, where were you
wandering
when
around
you
yesterday.
heard the news?
Yeah.
I mean,
I was here.
Yeah.
you're reporting it. It's a big deal. She was queen for how long?
70 years. or
70,
something.
right.
Yeah.
And Prince Charles is now the king. He's
Long live the
waited
king. Okay, can we move
73
on
years
now?
to do that.
Yeah.
No, well, she died in her Balmoral palace, but the day before she met the new prime minister, and she looked fine. That's why I was shocked when yesterday CNN, everyone kept saying family members are gathering by her bedside, because you saw that picture with her and Liz Truss. She looked happy. She looked healthy. She was standing on her feet. So
Well, I don't mean to be disrespectful,
you
but
can- no, that's all right.
that can happen to a 96-year-old.
that they could take
Yeah.
a turn like that.
I
Did
mean-
Liz Truss maybe give her COVID? No.
Yeah, right.
She's been struggling for about a year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but she's, come on, you watch The Crown. And by the way, they've suspended filming of season 6 on Netflix of The Crown out of respect for the Queen. 'Cause
Okay.
she really will know that they're doing
I watched season 1 and then I kind of fell off. I can't
Oh,
believe
it's-
they've squeezed 5 more seasons out of it, actually,
Oh,
or
yeah.
4 with 5 at the 5th more.
It was a good start.
It was, I thought it was
The
beautiful.
Crown?
But I always,
no, the first season was really good.
Yeah, it was
but
really
then-
good.
But then
season 5 was good. All the seasons were good. They changed characters along the way because as they aged, they got new people.
Sure. Over the course of a century, you're going to have to change some people in and out. That's going to happen. Yeah.
know. Well-
no, look, I mean, I think, I think Frank Drebin spoke for all of us when he said this, welcoming the Queen
Oh.
to America, to
Chicago?
LA
Oh,
in particular.
Thank you, Your Honor. Protecting the safety of the Queen is a task that's gladly accepted by police squad. For no matter how silly the idea of having a queen might be to us, as Americans, we must be gracious and considerate hosts.
Exactly. Exactly. My sentiments exactly.
I just loved her. I mean, it was a kid growing. I mean, she was the only queen we knew. And she was so.
Yeah.
I haven't ever known a queen. I live in the United States of America.
Yeah.
I know. Well, I'm saying we
sorry.
watching from afar the monarchy and their, the trials and tribulations, like a real life soap opera. And by the way, Meghan Markle was not there by her side because she was not invited. But Harry, her husband,
she's a showrunner. It's for some Netflix show, doesn't she?
Well,
Doesn't she have
they
work to
were
do?
in London for fundraising, believe it or not, when this happened. But Harry got he got there and it was too late. She had already passed away.
I got to say, I sort of trailed off following the royals after Anne Boleyn got beheaded. That's when I sort of started,
really?
to lose interest.
Well,
but that's me.
But you guys have to hear this because she was very humble, and I want you both to pay attention to this, and you listening at home or in your car, because Richard Griffin, he is a former Royal Protection Police officer. He talked about a picnic that he went on with the Queen, and they ran into two Americans, and this is what happened.
But there was two hikers coming towards us, and the Queen would always stop and say hello. And it was two Americans on a walking holiday. And it was clear from the moment that we first stopped, they hadn't recognised the Queen, which is fine. And the American gentleman was telling the Queen where he came from, where they were going to next, and where they'd been to in Britain. And I could see it coming, and sure enough, he said to Her Majesty, "And where do you live?" And she said, "Well, I live in London, but I've got a holiday home just the other side of the hills." And he said, "Well, how often have you been coming up here?" "Oh," she said, "I've been coming up here ever since I was a little girl, so over 80 years. And you could see the clogs thinking. He said, "Well, if you've been coming up here for 80 years, you must have met the Queen." And as quick as a flash says, "Well, I haven't, but Dick here meets her regularly." So the guy said to me, "Oh, you've met the Queen, what's she like?" And because I was with her a long time and I knew I could pull a leg, I said, "Oh, she can be very cantankerous at times, but she's got a lovely sense of humour." Anyway, the next thing I knew, this guy comes around, puts his arm around my shoulder, and before I could see what was happening, he gets his camera, gives it to the Queen, and says, "Can you take a picture of the two of us?" Anyway, we swapped places, and I took a picture of them with the Queen, and we never let on, and we waved goodbye. And then Her Majesty said to me, "I'd love to be a fly on the wall when he shows those photographs to the friends in America, and hopefully someone tells him who I am."
Hopefully somebody tells him who I am.
Yeah. Why does every Brit sound like Michael Caine?
That's actually a good
It's a great
story.
That sums up who she was, because she was humble. She was humble. She came to Chicago one time in 1959, and that was it.
Yeah. Well,
she heard about the shootings and said,
she knew where this was going. Yeah.
She's smart, just to make one
I
appearance.
think we're going back there. And she stayed out of politics in a public way, and so
She met 15 prime ministers. She met every president from Eisenhower on except for LBJ. She didn't have a chance to meet him. And King Charles III is going to be speaking later today. They're flying back, and he's going to address the people of London. Well, there's thousands of people, and thank goodness we have Quinn. Quinn just happened to get Dominic Green at 6 o'clock this morning, at 6:06, to talk to him about.
Well, you can go over the stat sheet on Queen Elizabeth with Dominic Green, and I'll have a spot of tea while you do.
Tea, will you?
We have Earl Grey in the break room.
And
should we have some tea
in honor of Queen Elizabeth? Yeah.
We played our volleyball game in honor of the Queen yesterday. And my players like, what?
What Queen?
No, they know.
Yeah.
But they weren't into that, so.
Imagine. Coming up at 5:38, Jelly Belly has more to say about me. I'm sorry.
You're living rent-free in his head.
I think
he might have a crush on you.
I think I made him mad, and I'm sad about that. 5:38.
But now into the newsroom we go with more on the Queen's death and other news. Here's Mike Scott.
We'll start in Atlanta this morning. 64 degrees at 5:32, and 2 suspects are in custody after a fatal shooting that left 2 sheriff's deputies dead in suburban Atlanta. Cobb County Sheriff Craig Owens early this morning.
2 deputies were ambushed this evening and killed. The 2 suspects now that we believe are the perpetrators of this crime are currently in custody and being held at Cobb County Police Department now for questioning.
The announcement made after an hours-long standoff late on Thursday night. Several agencies called to the scene. The 2 deputies have been with the Cobb County Sheriff's Office near Atlanta for more than 5 years. And more developments in Ukraine this morning. They've recaptured more territory from Russian forces during its invasion. In his video address, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says Ukrainian forces have now liberated 380 square miles of territory in eastern and southern Ukraine. Mourners are paying their respects at Buckingham Palace. The news that Queen Elizabeth is dead.
My mom called me earlier. She was crying on the phone because the Queen has been a huge part of her life and everyone's life. We've all grown up with her, so yeah, very sad indeed.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, part of the Commonwealth of England, spoke soon after the news.
As her 12th Canadian Prime Minister, I'm having trouble believing that my last sit-down with her was my last.
In this country, Senate Republican leader Mitch McConnell.
Our deepest sympathies are with the royal family and the many millions of people across the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth and the entire world who've drawn reassurance and inspiration from her historic reign.
In other news we're following this morning, South Carolina senators have rejected a ban on almost all abortions during a special session debate there. The Interior Department said on Thursday it's completely removed the word squaw from nearly 650 places on federal land, a term that indigenous women say is offensive to them. One man is dead after he was shot by police in Zion. Officers were called out last night by a person who reported that a relative was trying to break into her home in the 2800 block of Ezra. Officers arrived. The man pulled a gun and began firing at officers who retreated. The man then ran one block west before another officer shot him. The suspect pronounced dead at a nearby hospital. Chicago aldermen are moving forward with an ordinance to protect abortion rights in the city. City Council committee yesterday advanced a proposal to ban local police from assisting out-of-state law enforcement investigating those who travel to the city for abortions. Sox used home plate as a personal welcome mat. They beat Oakland 14-2 last night. Yohan Moncada crushed 2 home runs, driving in 5, and Chicago now trails Cleveland in the AL Central by a game and a half. Cubs lost to the Reds 4-3. Sky season comes to an end with a loss to Connecticut. And Major League Baseball Competition Committee voting on rule changes that would begin next season. One of those rule changes, a 15-second pitch clock. The news, a service of the AM 560 store. Order T-shirts, hoodies, and more from your favorite AM 560 brands, including Proft University, when you go to 560theanswer.com/store. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager doesn't fall for the tricks.
My friends, the climate issue is an excuse to give government more and more power. It's based on gobbledygook that we could live on wind and solar. Live on wind and solar power. Where is that happening in the world? Where is that happening? They're not serious about climate change. They're serious about revolution.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Charlie Kirk at 1 on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule. Changing the world one life at a time.
I'm a physician. I've been in practice for 40 years. When I started taking this, I don't like medicines, and I probably have taken more people off medicine than I put on it. And so I looked at it, and it's pretty much a natural element. And there's no question in my mind, knowing a lot of patients, that people my age, 60 and over, do not eat right. And they certainly don't get the appropriate nutrients through the vegetables, fruits, and things like that. So I think that it supplies the building blocks that your body normally would use to heal itself, and if you don't get them, you don't heal right. So it's amazing. I'm doing what I did 2 years ago.
Start your journey to better health. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get free shipping. And don't forget to get 35% off your first preferred order by using discount code CHICAGO.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Darren Bailey isn't popular with the political establishment of either party because he's from the real world.
I'm proud to be a family farmer. We get up before the sun comes up, and we work until after it goes down. We fix things that are broken. We solve problems, and we grow things. And I love to remind people what farmers do. They feed the world.
Like you, Bailey knows what hasn't worked.
Decade after decade of mismanagement in Springfield, back-to-back billionaire governors, and where has that gotten us?
Bailey got involved in state politics by opposing the income tax increase signed by the previous Republican governor, and then led the opposition to the income tax increase proposed by the current Democrat governor, because high taxes are driving families from Illinois. We tried billionaires from both parties. They left us with high taxes, high unemployment, and high crime rates. How much worse does it have to get before we give a practical problem solver a try? Paid for by people who play by the rules pack.
Our semi-annual sale event has arrived. Save big on PCs with Windows 11 Pro. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call 877-ASK-DELL.
5:38. Let's get a quick update on the roads in the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, a service of the AM 560 Advantage, where membership has its privileges, and you can join today. 560theanswer.com/join. Inbound Eden, 16 minutes in. Lake Cook Road into the junction. Kennedy Inn is fine, 17 into the Burns Circle interchange. Stevenson already a tap of the brakes. Ashland into the Dan Ryan, 25 minutes into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. I-57 jamming up this morning in the construction zone, northbound between 183rd and I-80. And roadwork delays on I-80 eastbound between Larkin and Center. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Warm day ahead, plenty of sun, high 85, clear and 64 overnight. It is a beautiful moonlit sky this morning. 64 at O'Hare, 67 along the lakefront. Your next news update is at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
From the Matrix Home Solutions studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 The Answer online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, and on TuneIn, iHeart, and on Odyssey.
If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So yesterday, Jay Belly weighed in on this issue of migrants being bused from Texas to Illinois. He's basically, since this started last week, or this past weekend, he's just echoed triple threats, demagoguery. This is somebody who injects race into every conversation he can, just as she does, because when you can't address a topic on the merits, what does the left do? They inject race. It's about racism. Equity. We're saving our democracy. It's all the customary buzzwords and buzz phrases that you hear. And so that's what you heard from Pritzker yesterday, as we find out that those migrants, many of those migrants that were bused to our fair city, are staying at the Hampton Inn in Burr Ridge.
Yeah, and the mayor said, that's fine, but a little heads up, please.
Obviously, I'm the mayor of the village. I should have been told. I'm as frustrated as Mayor Lightfoot was and her not being told. So I'm frustrated, but we're dealing with the situation, and I'm going to keep my residents and my businesses apprised.
Yeah, and they showed video of Channel 7, I think, did, kids outside playing, having fun, well-dressed. They're sleeping in beds, which they haven't done for 3+ months. They're getting food. They have air conditioning. They can watch movies. They're happy as can be. This is like winning the lotto, getting on the bus, which they agreed to get on a bus to come to Chicago. And so this whole theme of it's so inhumane what Governor Abbott's doing is getting really old.
It shouldn't be that the governor of Texas is essentially taking these people, treating them like chattel, treating them like property, putting them on buses, sending them wherever he wants to send them. It should be the choice of people who come to this country. And, of course, the United States government should be managing that. And I guess I'll just say, if they're coming to Illinois, we're a welcoming state.
Gary Grasso's the mayor of Burr Ridge, put out this statement in which, and among other things, he said the refugees are expected to stay in Burr Ridge over the next few weeks, but ultimately move on. No more than 30 days from the day, we expect the number of refugees staying in the community to decrease over time as more people find housing and employment. They're permitted to leave their temporary hotel housing, and they were all provided with some form of identification documenting their legal status. Treating them like property, hardly.
Like cattle?
Chattel. Property. The question is, does it bother you at all? I mean, I know we're strictly looking at this through the prism of the migrants who are seeking legal status. They don't have legal status. I know we're supposed to just completely focus on that and respond to the cries of racism and treating people like cargo that you're hearing from these two political hacks that lord over Chicago and Illinois. Does it bother you at all that we're paying for their stay at the Hampton Inn in Burr Ridge for the next no more than 30 days, as Mayor Grasso said? What about that aspect of it?
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro. Answer line 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment. Well, Mayor Lightfoot's in D.C. today talking about gun violence, talking about this issue as well to see if she can get more federal funding. Pay for
federal funding. We're sanctuary
influx. We have 125
sanctuary city and sanctuary state.
Yeah, we signed up for this, so we should be getting people. In D.C. now they're declaring a state of, or they're calling out the National Guard again because they need help from the federal government because she claims that they're now a border town.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, yesterday in the border town, 7,000 to 8,000 people came in through the border of Texas. Just so you know.
I mean, does it concern you at all? I mean, I'm Burr Ridge and these communities concern you at all that the real world results of designating yourself as a sanctuary city and a sanctuary county and a sanctuary state are to make your community a magnet for people attempting to enter this country illegally? And maybe, probably, most of them mean no harm. They're just looking for a better life. But again, do individuals looking for a better life the world over get to dictate the terms of their entrance and stay in this country? It's a pretty simple question.
And I think the numbers, too, are going to go up because people are watching this footage of, the luxury buses that we're taking people on that have air conditioning, movies are playing, there's a bathroom on board, and saying, yeah, now is the time to come over. This is the time to act. That's what I think. I mean, if I was in that desperate situation and I saw what was going on, open borders, and if you're lucky enough to get transferred on a beautiful bus to go somewhere, take it. And that's what they're doing. And they're signing up. They're not being held against their will.
No.
Okay,
They're being held against their will sitting by the pool at the Hampton Inn in Burr Ridge. Not exactly a Gulag archipelago. Karen and Beecher, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi. I actually identify now as Karen from November 8th.
Karen.
I hope that makes you laugh.
Karen from November 8th. What's November 8th?
Yeah, remember how you did that yesterday? You identified somebody as Tom from November 8th because we were talking about, or you were talking about the election on November 8th. Anyway.
Okay.
All right.
Got you.
Okay, so that's so yesterday. But anyway, in the infamous words of my mother, this is what you get. If you wanted to be a sanctuary city, then this is what you get. And this is nothing against the people that are crossing the border illegally. This is about the politicians that are redefining, again, words and situations. Refugees, migrants, you're all crossing the border illegally. You owe more to my two parents who are military veterans. You owe more to the homeless than you owe to anybody. And for Pritzker and Lightfoot and all the D.C. mayors to be redefining this situation and now declassifying and redefining the definition of the word sanctuary. I'm not. It don't settle well with me, and it's nothing against these people. Maybe 1/8 of them are coming here for a better life. Maybe 1/8, but this is what you get.
Yeah, but the
Thanks
question
for
is,
the call,
should
Karen.
we be paying for it?
Well, the question is, should people who are seeking asylum be allowed to stay in this country pending their asylum application too, and be able to,
Say the Hampton Inn Suites, that sounds
meander around the country as they see fit? You have people who, like this, that guy that we played earlier this week who responded to Joe Biden's Darth Sidious speech from last Thursday night. He talked about being able to vote for the first time in this election cycle in November after finally becoming a citizen after 18 years going through the legal process. And becoming a citizen also shouldn't take that long. There's bureaucracy. There's ridiculous bureaucracy in both directions, in the direction of not protecting our border and also in the direction of processing people who can prove up over a reasonable period of time that they're here to assimilate and be productive Americans like anybody else. So again, I'm a pro-legal immigration guy. No caps for me. I've said that always. That always gets lost in these discussions because I don't think that people who break the law should be rewarded. It's just a simple proposition. It always goes back to first principles, always should. People who break the law shouldn't be rewarded and then later on rewarded on my dime and everybody else's dime. I don't think that presents good incentives. And you see that with the lawlessness we have on the border. You see that over the last 2 years where you've had, north of 2 million apprehensions at the border. I mentioned this yesterday. Just again, this is from Joe Biden's Border Patrol chief, U.S. Border Patrol Chief Raul Ortiz, tweeting out, 3-day recap, 71 pounds of meth, 100 pills of fentanyl, 2,690 migrants, 10 large groups, 10 sex offenders, 4 gang members, 1 murderer, 1 injury to child, 91 rescues. These dangers are real. Great work by our agents. That's what the chief of U.S. Border Patrol tweeted out. That's a 3-day
That's just
recap.
3 days. Oh my God.
So, yeah, there are they're positively industrious people who are fleeing oppression and want safe haven in the United States and will be great Americans someday. Fine. But when you just open the border to everyone to come on their terms, call their shots, no equal justice before the law because it's all willy-nilly, then you can understand the suspicions and the concerns because the dangers are real, quote unquote, Chief Raul Ortiz, U.S. Border Patrol. Vince in St. Charles.
Good morning, guys. I agree with you 100%, Dan. Dan, also, didn't you say you read the thing about the mayor looking for employment? So
yeah,
whose job are they taking? And how much will that lower wages for the people that are looking for jobs already? Democrats are for higher wages or lower wages? I'm confused. So they're going to find employment and take other people's jobs, right?
Well, here's the conundrum. When you let people into this country who have no standing to be in this country, you have to do one of two things. You either have to let them work to survive, or you have to pay for them to survive. We don't want anybody to be injured or harmed, obviously. But this is it. So the point is to say, hey, look, until you follow the legal process for entry, you're your responsibility. You're not the American people's responsibility. Is that harsh, or is that just the rule of law?
No, that's right. You're right. But also, they're letting them in, so they have to, work. But they're taking other people's jobs, and they're lowering wages because they're going to hire illegal immigrants over the American citizens, I guess. So the Democrats have to fix this. They're the ones that are for higher wages, and I don't know what they're for. So I'm confused with the Democrats. But
thanks for the call, Vince. Well, they're for open borders. There's no confusion there, and that's the fundamental question that hack politicians like Jay Belly and Triple Threat are trying to obfuscate with their racist, cargo, incendiary nonsense. Jan, Hoffman Estates.
Yeah, I think these immigrants should be in the Hyatt hotels over there in the old Cook County Hospital. As long as Pritzker made it Sanctuary City, why don't they go into Hyatt hotels?
I know.
Let him put it on his.
Because the Hampton Inn, that's part of Hilton. That's the Hilton series. But I was thinking, God, if I was at that press conference yesterday, well, I'd love to have been at that one. But I would have asked, why don't stay at your Hyatt hotels?
Well, they're not his. I mean, see, the problem is, I don't know what kind of standing he has to influence decisions made over some of the Pritzker empire, because I mean, they didn't want him anywhere near the hotels. Go do something else. You don't have the business chops for this. Yeah, so this is like, go here, go take your billions and, I don't know, go open a flower shop or whatever you want to do. Just stay away from the business. True about JB. Really? Mr. Entrepreneur and blah, blah, blah. It's a joke. His family didn't want him anywhere near the family business. Randy in Sandwich.
Yeah, I have a statement I want to make. Chicago has about the same responsibility as being a sanctuary state as a homeless person on Lower Wacker does trying to be a foster care parent. If you don't have the means or the capability of taking care of somebody else, then you should stay out of that business altogether.
All right, Randy, thanks for the call. Yes. Phil Darien.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, listen, why don't Mayor Darkfoot and all her supporters, that don't believe in borders or border walls, she has enough supporters, why don't they all open their doors and take in these people? Take them in. I mean, what's the problem? Why do these people have to be subject to these 4-star, 5-star hotels? That's ridiculous. Take them in, give them a nice hot meal, clean them up some, and go find them a job, all the supporters. Have a nice day, guys.
Well, they should be celebrating, and I love it that it's in Burr Ridge.
Terry, Rogers Park.
Yeah, I wonder why can't people coming here do something about the miserable countries they're leaving instead of imposing on us?
Well, in Venezuela, I mean, that one civil engineer, mother of two, she's like, I'll work anywhere I have to work here in America. She made $2 a day. She couldn't. They were starving to death, and that's why she made the sacrifice to come here. And she knew that she was putting her life and her kids' lives in risk, but it was even more dangerous to stay in Venezuela.
Well, yeah, the ravages of Marxism in Venezuela have been pretty well documented over the last decade.
Yeah. Be careful who you vote for, people in Illinois.
Maybe that should be instructive here in America, what happens when you turn your life over to the state. Frank, Arlington Heights.
Good morning. Amy, that would have been great if you could have been at that for Governor Pritzker, Governor Huffy. Whenever he dealt with you, whenever you gave him a tough question, you could see him getting all flustered and blood was rushing to his head, and he was just all huffy. Why are you asking these questions? He's. I'm curious.
I think he was just out of breath. I mean, he basically has the same respiratory system as a bulldog. But anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Is that too soon?
That's too mean to the bulldog. Thank you.
Go ahead, Frank. I'm sorry.
No, I wonder if he was the body double for John Candy in Who's Harry Crumb.
Yeah.
Remember that scene where he's
Great
at
movie.
He's at the racetrack? Maybe that's the reason he's so interested in equestrian stuff.
Frank, while we have you perfected your Darren Bailey impersonation yet?
Well, Chicago is a hellhole. I'll tell you, the thing about this stuff is that when I hear a voice, I can do it almost immediately. Like if you played Darren Bailey now, I could do it, but I'm working on it. I got. We have to get rid of Governor Pritzker. He has to be relieved of duty. He has to. Illinois is becoming a real problem state. We just need to change the way Illinois. I don't have a line right here.
Yeah. All right, line. All right. Let's go to. Let's go to your comfort zone. Let's end this call with a Kirk Dillard.
All right. I used to be. Hold on. Give me a second here. Okay.
Give the man a lozenge.
I used to work as Jim Edgar's chief of staff. That's what I used to
Just that inflect that right there. Just that phrase. Yeah, very good. Thanks, Frank.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
It seems like everyone is on a complicated diet these days. Gluten-free, keto, metabolic, sugar-free. And with these diets comes special dietary protocol and food products. You can find plenty of advice on your social media sites, but you need expertise to purchase the right food items. A visit to Lil's Dietary Specialty Shop is necessary to shop the best food choices for a medical diet or health plan. Lil's Dietary Specialty Shop stocks all the hard-to-find foods you're looking for, like wheat and dairy alternatives, sugar-free baking mixes, healthy snacks, and more. There's no longer a reason to put off that diet you're supposed to be on when you have Lil's. The staff has personally researched and vetted each item in the store and has plenty of choices in stock.
Lil's Dietary Specialty Shop on 111th Street in Mount Greenwood on the south side of Chicago. Stop in and shop in person or order online at lilsdietary.com and get your items shipped right to your home. lilsdietary.com. Shop, learn, and be healthy.
America First with Sebastian Gorka. Today at 3, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer. News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com. On the AM 560 mobile app. Tune in, iHeart, and on Odyssey.
Britain's new king has left the castle where Queen Elizabeth died. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. He's now King Charles III and on his way to London on the first day of 10 days of mourning. He'll address Britain later today.
He issued his first statement under this new title saying, quote, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty, the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all my members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother."
Fox's Alex Hogan in London as crowds gather outside Buckingham Palace paying tribute to the Queen, who was on the throne for 70 years, longer than any other British monarch.
Be respected so much for how hard she worked and never wavered, never anything negative or bad.
That's a British woman mourning in New York City. President Biden went to the British Embassy to pay his respects, then said later,
"I had the opportunity to meet her before she passed, and she was an incredibly gracious and decent woman."
Now, the president was addressing a Democratic gathering in Maryland, again taking aim at what he calls extreme MAGA Republicans, again calling them a threat to democracy, and bringing up abortion rights as a big issue, hoping Democrats keep control of Congress in the midterm elections.
"We'll codify Roe v. Wade. We'll ban assault weapons."
Now, Republicans have said the president's being insulting and divisive. Ex-Trump advisor Steve Bannon says they're trying to shut him up with a new indictment in New York.
And make sure they can shut me down and take me out of it. I got news for them. I have not yet begun to fight.
Now, Bannon's charged with money laundering, accused of defrauding investors in a Build a Border Wall fundraising effort. President Trump pardoned him on similar federal charges. 2 sheriff's deputies are dead in Cobb County, Georgia.
My 2 deputies were ambushed this evening and killed.
That's Sheriff Craig Owens. It happened as the 2 served a warrant. The suspected gunman was then barricaded in a home for hours, but is now in custody along with someone else. America's listening to Fox News. 64 degrees at 6:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. One man is dead, shot by police in Zion. Officers were called out last night by a person who reported a relative was trying to break into her home. She had an order of protection. Officers arrived, located the man at the back door of that home, he pulled out a gun and fired at police, who then retreated. The man ran away. An officer shot him as he ran. The suspect was pronounced dead at a nearby hospital. A Republican mayor in DuPage County concerned that Mayor Lightfoot didn't notify him about putting illegals in hotels in his city. We get more on this story from AM 560's Nikki Whaley.
Mayor Lightfoot, who's been touting the message that all migrants are welcome in Chicago and that it's a sanctuary city, has been relocating them to a hotel in DuPage County. According to an investigation by local WGN9, many of the illegals arrived on Wednesday and were quietly sent to a hotel in Burr Ridge. Mayor Gary Grasso told WGN that neither he nor the village administrator were notified, which is very concerning. The mayor says he found out when residents started calling officials. In the AM 560 The Answer newsroom, I'm Nikki Whaley.
An Illinois appellate court has revived a case that could force the city of Chicago to issue millions of dollars in refunds to motorists fined for distracted driving violations. It's a big story this morning. Fox's Jeff Manasso has more from our Chicago bureau.
Thousands of motorists were fined a total of $10 million in Chicago between 2014 and 2017 for distracted driving violations in a case a plaintiff's attorney says was illegal, accusing the city of Chicago of a money grab. Fines it wouldn't have gotten via circuit court where they belong. That the city broke Illinois state law and sent the violations to their own administrative courts so they could keep every penny of the fines. The appellate court ruling a circuit judge was wrong to toss the case last year. The reinstatement of the case also opens the door for plaintiffs to seek class action status. The city saying it's currently reviewing the decision and has no further comment. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Chicago sports. Sox over Oakland 14-2, backing Dylan Cease to the win. Sox now trail Cleveland for first in the AL Central by a game and a half. Cubs lost to the Reds 4-3 at Wrigley Field. Season over for the Sky after a Game 5 loss to Connecticut in the WNBA semifinals. Bills roll the Rams in the NFL kickoff last night, 31-10. The Bears still prepping now for the 49ers on Sunday. The news, a service of Dan and Amy 24/7, around the clock, all day, every day. Listen now, danamy247.com. And a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Charlie Kirk will only give you real information.
We're very selective about what polls we share on this program because we believe that there are suppression polls out there. So we're very careful what polls we show. So when we say a poll on this program, it's from a pollster that we trust, with a methodology that's been proven, with a track record that has been indicative previously of an outcome that can be accurate.
The Charlie Kirk Show. Afternoons at 1, right before Sebastian Gorka at 3 on AM 560. The Answer.
From the very beginning, and every workday since, at every shift and every individual effort, we carry a common purpose, a common cause. It's a duty we proudly honor, knowing behind every product we build is your faith in us, dedicated to the craft of gun making, dedicated to your freedom, equality, security, and the promise of this great country. Smith & Wesson, empowering Americans. Learn more at smith-wesson.com.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
School has started. The nights are getting cooler. The sun is getting lower on the horizon every day. Winter is coming, and coming fast. Keeping your business's doors and gates working properly to keep out the extreme weather is a major concern. Your business can't afford a loss of income or productivity. Think ahead before Old Man Winter arrives and call Industrial Door Company of Chicago, Inc. for your commercial door maintenance and security tune-up now. You can't always plan when your doors break down, and it always seems to come at the least convenient time. Industrial Door Company will ensure your doors, grills, and gates are working to specification and give you advice on how to increase the life of your doors. See a range of products and services at industrialdoor.com and call anytime, 847-258-5620. Their team will be there before the extreme cold weather causes financial losses for your company. Since 1982, the Industrial Door Company of Chicago, Inc. takes care of your doors so you can take care of business. Service and installation positions available now.
6:07. Let's get an update on the roads this morning. In the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, it is a service of the daily podcast of Chicago's Morning Answer and the Sean Thompson Show. Subscribe free, 560theanswer.com/podcast. Outbound Eden stop-and-go traffic right now. Unsure why, but Foster to Peterson is all jammed up this morning on the outbound Edens. 16 minutes back inbound, by the way, Lake Cook into the junction. Stevenson hits the brakes at Ashland Avenue this morning, 25 into DeSable Lakeshore Drive. And outbound Stevenson, we're just getting in news of debris in the left-hand lane causing some serious trouble. Outbound between County Line Road, that's Burr Ridge, and Route 83. Traffic is a service of Salem Surround, a local digital marketing agency providing high-performing digital solutions to surround your target audience. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with our meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Lots of sun, warm day, high today 85. It'll be clear tonight, low 64. And then partly sunny, warm day tomorrow, the high 83. Clouds and rain Sunday, breezy. Could be a rumble of thunder, the high on Sunday 70. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
It is 64 at O'Hare. Next news, 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
From the Matrix Home Solutions studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 The Answer online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, and on TuneIn, iHeart, and on Odyssey. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560 The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Remembering Queen Elizabeth, England's longest-serving monarch, and, some of the harrowing moments in her life, including when she was almost assassinated by Reggie Jackson.
I must kill the queen. Whoops.
Umpire. He saved the Queen's life.
That's not the umpire, Your Honor.
That's Enrico Palazzo. Yeah, no, I know. Remember that moment?
It was a great movie.
I was transfixed.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's how you fall in love with the Queen?
Pretty much. That's how I found out that she existed.
Oh,
Back in the
okay.
day, was through the Naked Gun movies. Interesting, some of the reactions. The left just can't help itself. I know you have leftist celebrities, as you were talking about before.
Falling all over themselves to try to perform at her memorial that they're going to have.
Yeah, but that's not the real left, the dilettante left. I'm talking about the real left. The real left is like this Carnegie Mellon professor, Yuju Anya, who tweeted out, "I heard the chief monarch of a thieving, raping, genocidal empire is finally dying. May her pain be excruciating."
Wow.
That's higher education in America. And frankly, everywhere else. Maybe not in England on this topic specifically, but it's the same pernicious, disgusting, ignorant ideology. That's Carnegie Mellon. Just a quick sidetrack to remind you, since we're talking about Western civilization in pertinent part, where Western civilization currently finds itself in significant measure because of what's happened in academia. But let's talk a little bit about the Queen and the Royals and, well, the new PM as well. To help us do that, we're pleased to be joined by Dominic Green, columnist for the Washington Examiner, contributor to the Wall Street Journal, and fellow of the Royal Historical Society. Probably doesn't want to talk to me now after the Frank Drebin drop, but we'll see if we can work past that. Dominic, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Zach. Good morning, Amy. I'm a big fan of Frank Drebin.
Okay, very good. I'm glad.
We can continue.
I would assume, the Brit sense of humor, the Monty Python sense of humor would appreciate the Naked Gun.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The Queen did a turn with James Bond and more recently also with Paddington Bear. So if Frank Drebin had asked, they may have considered that.
Paddington Bear ad was so cute. I finally saw it yesterday. I didn't know that it existed. But there was this humble aspect about her that made people love her all over the world.
Well, this is the strange thing about monarchy, which is that they're human beings, but they are symbolically much more than that. And this allows people to feel that they knew her. And of course, very few people did, but it's not just people from Britain. It's people all over the world who had a clear idea of what kind of person she was
And the vast, vast majority of people, apart from a few of our most educated specimens, a vast majority of people thought that she was a good person who generally stood for good things and devoted her life, as she said, to serving people. And so I think this explains this great onrush of appreciation for her. I have to say, as a British person in this country, it's profoundly moving to see, the flags lowered on federal buildings and see the Statue of Liberty or the Strip in Las Vegas lit up, in commemoration. These are wonderfully moving things. I don't know if it's appropriate, but it's certainly moving to me to see it.
Well, it's one of the things that has been remarked upon by a number of WAGs is how she handled her public role. I thought the Wall Street Journal editorial board put it well when they said, this popularity that you're talking about, this respect that she has the world over. Much of this is a result of Queen Elizabeth's approach to her office. She eschewed politics in a way her son and heir Charles has found difficult to do. Her personal views on important political questions of her reign, from the Suez Crisis to Brexit, remained unknown for many years after events, and sometimes to this day. She mastered the art of being present in the public eye without attracting the tabloid headlines that have marked her children and grandchildren. I mean, she was a dignified person who, frankly, stayed in her lane, and we don't have a lot of people in public life who fit either one of those descriptions.
No, that's true, and I think she benefited in a way from the decline of standards, particularly in political life. This is a person whose first prime minister was Winston Churchill, whose first president was Harry S. Truman. It is kind of downhill in many ways from there. And, of course, she kept doing the same thing and doing it well and looks better and better by doing it. As for Prince Charles, he is now 73 years old and has spent almost his entire life waiting for this moment. It's customary for princes to entertain themselves while they are waiting. Edward VII famously spent it at the race course. Edward VIII famously spent it with Wallis Simpson. And in his case, Charles has spent it gardening and fiddling about and sending memos to government ministers. And he was asked recently, are you going to carry on like this when you become king? Because it could cause constitutional difficulties. And he said something like, no, I'm not stupid. So we hopefully will see him, moving into a similar role, staying in the lane, as it were, doing the job and not opening his mouth on the major public issues of the day, because, of course, we've got enough talk about that as it is.
He's 73 years old. I mean, can you imagine starting your career at 73?
Career?
I mean, he's been waiting for it. I'm just saying he's king, so he's going to be addressing the world as Britain's new king. What do you expect him to say?
I hope that he will honestly thank his late mother for her service, but also remind people, not just in Britain but everywhere, that these things do show the great ties that exist between people and between nations, and that we often forget. And I very much doubt he would say anything divisive. I imagine he might also refer to the recent difficulties of COVID-19 and the economy and the price of the tank of gas and all these things which are squeezing people very badly in Britain at the moment. And he will probably try to catch this wave of emotional support that has broken out, as often happens in moments like this. And I'm sure he can manage that. But it's a long haul. It takes years to build up that kind of standing among the people. But it is his job, and you're right. When most people have already retired, he is now finally going to work.
And, he's sort of, I mean, not only is he on the sort of environmental wacko plane, he's also sort of a World Economic Forum guy, isn't he?
Yes, he is, or he was. I imagine his membership in all these things is going to, quietly be dropped. And it would cause a terrible fuss if he was to take a strong position on a very divisive issue, for instance. What should the nature of the global economy be? It's not a question that the British have asked of their monarchy since the 17th century. So any statement on something like that would be taken very, very badly and would lead to quite a quick decline in public esteem. He did lose a lot of public esteem in the 90s. He was definitely less popular than Diana when they split up, but he has rebuilt this very slowly. And it does take a long time. That's the thing. It takes 25 years. And he would lose it overnight if he was to say something like that. So we'll see what happens.
Well, someone that is expected to comment on what the British economy should look like and in part the global economy, is your new PM, Ms. Truss. And, what do we expect from her? Because her record is a bit mixed. She was a Remainer. She was opposed to Brexit, and she sort of embraced it as part of the power structure under outgoing Prime Minister Boris Johnson. But are we going to see more of these strange forays into global government and, energy policy nonsense that we saw from Boris Johnson? Are we going to see someone who trends towards the Iron Lady, towards a Margaret Thatcher type reign?
Well, that is the hope, and that's her hope as well, because that's the only way, really, of winning public opinion. The Conservatives are really in a bad place. They do own the property. They've been in power for 11, 12 years. There's no excuses. Truss has come in promising to cut taxes, get the economy going. She said she's going to bring back fracking in Britain, which will cause a lot of opposition, but they'll be able to push it through if they really want to. She said she's going to put a price cap on energy this winter so that people do not end up freezing in their own homes, which is a prospect in many other European Union states. She's really, and she's dealing with a mess that is approaching that of the late 70s, when the pound is on its knees, the economy isn't working, people are furious, no one has any money. And generally, I was there in the summer, the country was starting to feel a bit shabby, like things are disintegrating. So the scale of the challenge Truss faces shouldn't be underestimated. But of course, this is a different era. We're now in a globalized economy, so it's much harder to dig a small country out of a hole when everybody is much more interconnected. So it's going to be hard, and I have to say that you're right. The record so far suggests this is not a politician of great conviction. This is someone who has strategized their way and yet to demonstrate what they consistently believe. And I suspect that this is what you get at the end of the long run, where they've been in power through 3 electoral cycles, and they're scraping the barrel a bit. But there is some talent in the cabinet, but there's a limit to what they can do.
Yeah, I that's my concern, and that if you have somebody who's more of a mechanic than a, I don't want to say ideologue, but somebody who has a particular understanding of the world and is going to make decisions from that understanding of the world, even if it's just an understanding that she's come to pragmatically. When seeing what's happening in Western Europe, like you were just describing, and the prospect of a real energy crisis there come the winter, if she's just a mechanic, this is going to end badly, because she's going to do Nixonian things like you just mentioned, price controls, rather than saying what we need to do is a full reversal from the central planning silliness of the last generation or two, and move to be a much more open Britain and much more free market in orientation, and much more sensible about where we garner things that we need to be robust, like stable sources of energy.
I think you're totally right, Dan. And they began to recognize this. And it takes a long time, for instance, to build nuclear power stations. And I know there's the same issue that's going on in the US. These things were built 30-odd years ago, and they're all a bit creaky now. It takes another 10, 15, 20 years to build a new one. In Britain, they bought an off-the-shelf deal from a Chinese company under David Cameron in about 2015, I think. And then, of course, because of human rights issues, they had to cancel the contract. So this is typical of the disorganisation and bad management that's tipped by the British government in not just the last 10 years, but frequently over the last 70 or 80 years. It's a real difficulty, and it's bad not having central planning. It's even worse if you can't even make it work when you do central planning. So that's what they've had. So you're right, they need to cut back all kinds of things and release the natural energies and talent of the British people, which everybody knows they've got that. There's no issue about that.
What do you think's next for Boris Johnson?
Well, I think in the long run, I expect him to come back. I expect him. He may be asked quite soon, because if the Conservatives continue to slide in the polls over the next year, they have 2 years till the next election. If they continue to slide, they may turn to him as the only person who can win enough votes for them to hold power. He may, of course, think it's wiser to wait let the party lose power for an electoral cycle, and then return. But I don't think he's done yet. He remains the central figure in British politics. And, I'm always saying he's not that much like Donald Trump, because he is, as I was saying, actually a totally different kind of politician, very happy to start planning things, for instance. And he's much more of a liberal-minded figure. But he does have a resemblance to Donald Trump in that he sort of dominates the whole of British politics, even though he's not even in office anymore. So I do expect Boris to come back at some point.
He is Dominic Green, columnist for the Washington Examiner, contributor to the Wall Street Journal, and fellow of the Royal Historical Society. Dominic, thanks as always. Appreciate it.
And Amy, thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Here's to patriotism. Here's to choice. Here's to having your voice be heard, especially when voting with your hard-earned dollars. When voting with your dollars, Matrix Home Solutions asks you to support businesses that share your values. If you're considering a home renovation, specifically basement or bathrooms, Matrix is asking for your vote. Matrix is a locally owned business that was recently named one of the top 50 remodelers in America. They support patriotism, freedom, and liberty-based ideals. As the title sponsor of the Freedom Summit in Chicago, Matrix has committed its support for our voices to be heard. They would also like to show support for loyal AM560 listeners. Do you have a basement or bathroom project coming up? Visit matrixam560.com to claim your exclusive 20% discount simply by entering promo code VOTE, V-O-T-E. Also, register for your chance to win a free home makeover at matrixam560.com. Vote with your dollars on your next home project by entering promo code VOTE at matrixam560.com.
The Percale sheets, they're the newest items at mypillow.com. People love them. They have a high thread count. They're breathable with a cool, crisp feel. And right now there's a huge Percale sheet sale. Queen size, normally $89.99, $39.99 when you go to mypillow.com. And you can get deep discounts on all MyPillow products. They have everything you need. Towels, sheets, of course, the OG, the MyPillow. And then there's quilts, comforters, blankets, pet beds, you name it, they have it. I love the MyPillow My Slippers. You're going to love them too. So go to mypillow.com. And when you check out, be sure to use promo code Amy for deep, deep discounts.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Dr. Willie Wilson, and I approve this message.
2021 marked Chicago's deadliest year in a quarter century. Crimes and gang-related violence continue to increase year over year. We can stop this violent cycle by implementing trade schools for young adults, former inmates, and other Chicagoans to learn valuable skills, providing opportunity, education, and economic empowerment. Choose Dr. Willie Wilson as mayor so we can keep Chicago safe together.
I approve this message. I'm Dr. Willie Wilson, and I approve this message.
Illinois' population loss was the third worst amongst U.S. states from July 2020 to July 2021. 2,400 businesses in the Chicago area will never reopen due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As mayor, Dr. Willie Wilson will work hard to restore Chicago by lowering taxes to keep people in the city, helping small businesses get back on their feet, and expanding access to infrastructure. Dr. Willie Wilson, leading Chicago to a better tomorrow.
I approve this message.
All right, I can't wait to take it. Every day look forward to taking Balance of Nature. Why? Didn't get enough fruits and veggies on my own. I didn't even think, I didn't have any fruits yesterday. Any vegetables? Nope. Check those boxes off. That's why I take Balance of Nature. 6 capsules, you're getting 10 servings of 31 different fruits and veggies. And don't take my word for it. Many people have come up to me to tell me their Balance of Nature success stories. And this woman says Balance of Nature saved her husband's life. Yes, it's not just 120 Life saving lives out there. It's also Balance of Nature.
Just the inflammation in his body, period.
So
he feels so good. He feels strong again. He's got energy. You know, he really thrives from it. I mean, it's something he will never give up.
And again, major weight loss because he takes, if he has a sweet tooth, he'll pop in one of the fruit pills, and that takes care of that. So Balance of Nature, 800-246-8751, 800-246-8751. Be sure to use discount code Chicago.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, you know, we were talking about that situation with mainly Venezuelan immigrants in Chicago who are being put up at the Hampton Inn in Burr Ridge.
Yeah, most of them are from Venezuela. A few Cubans, nobody from Mexico, just so you know.
So, I mean, I don't know why it didn't strike me earlier, but the Chicago Teachers Union sent a delegation to Venezuela where they went on tour praising Maduro and the Venezuelan Marxists, praising their school system. So we have the perfect opportunity for an exchange program. I'll take Marxist-ravaged Venezuelans. We'll take them here in Chicago, and then because they want to be in Chicago, and then we'll give them the upper echelon of the Chicago Teachers Union who want to be in Venezuela.
That's the greatest idea
Problem
you've
solved.
ever had.
And again, in keeping with the philosophy of the Chicago Teachers Union, the brass I'm talking about, and Maduro, we'll just expropriate their property here to the oppressed Venezuelans coming over, so there's no cost to taxpayers. Everybody's happy. Everybody wins. See, this is what I
in Chicago. Let's go.
This is what I try and do. I just come up with workable situations that are win-win. So simple.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I just want everybody to live their values.
Oh, stop.
Coming up at 6:36, Gerd Gigerenzer.
Come on.
With a guy with a name like that, you would expect that he was the director emeritus of the Max Planck Institute for Human Development, and he was.
And we're going to talk to him at 6:36.
He's got a really interesting book, and it's very topical. You don't have to worry about the coming takeover of robots, he says, nor should you. How to Stay Smart in a Smart World with Gerd Gigerenzer, 6:36.
But now into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
63 degrees at 6:30 on AM 560. The Answer. 2 suspects are in custody this morning after a fatal shooting that left 2 sheriff's deputies dead in suburban Atlanta. Cobb County Sheriff Craig Owens overnight said the deputies were serving a warrant for failure to appear and theft by deception.
Well, from my understanding, it was a long standoff with those, but they came out peacefully, those 2 that was in custody. Nothing that I was being told up to this point led me to believe there was any infractions or altercation with them during that arresting period.
Now, the deputies have been with the Cobb County Sheriff's Office for more than 5 years. So far, their names have not been released. Many around the world are mourning Queen Elizabeth II, who died at the age of 96 Thursday. Fox's Alex Hogan is outside Buckingham Palace this morning.
The Queen said this role would be one she held for life, and that she would serve the Commonwealth until her dying breath. And that is something she did until the very end. And with that final breath, Prince Charles has effectively become the new king, King Charles III. He issued his first statement under this new title, saying, quote, "The death of my beloved mother, Her Majesty the Queen, is a moment of the greatest sadness for me and all my members of my family. We mourn profoundly the passing of a cherished sovereign and a much-loved mother."
With more than 70 years on the throne, she was the longest-serving British monarch. Mortgage rates at their highest level since 2008. Freddie Mac this morning saying the 30-year fixed mortgage is averaging about 5.89%. One man is dead, shot by police in Zion. Officers were called out last night by a person who reported a relative was trying to break into her home. She said she had an order of protection against that relative. Officers arrived. That man pulled a gun and fired at police, who retreated. The man then ran away. Officers gave chase. Another officer then shot that man. A suburban man is charged with murder after hitting and killing another man with a vehicle in Chicago's West Loop this weekend. Joseph Verdone hit the man in the 100 block of North Ogden Avenue on Sunday. A grand jury has indicted a Chicago police sergeant on offenses of aggravated battery and official misconduct after video surfaced earlier this summer showing that officer kneeling on a teen in Park Ridge. The sergeant faces felony counts of official misconduct and aggravated battery in connection with the July 1 incident. Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot addressed the pending departures of several aldermen in the city, saying she will never change how she conducts business. Lightfoot spoke about the changes this week.
I think people are making decisions in the best interest for them and their family, and particularly if they've been at it for decades, as many have. So, as I said, I expect to see more announcements in the coming days and weeks.
Lightfoot was asked about the damaged possible relationships with the council and if she would ever change how she conducts business.
I'm 60 years old. I'm not going to change who I am. I definitely will have and will continue to push people sometimes out of their comfort zone, because that's what our residents are demanding of us.
Aldermanic elections are in February of next year. White Sox 14-2 winners over Oakland. They're a game and a half back of Cleveland now. Cubs lost to the Reds 4-3 at Wrigley Field. Bears prepping for Sunday, hosting San Francisco at Soldier Field. The NFL kicked off the season with Buffalo and the Rams in L.A. Then Buffalo rolled to a huge victory, 31-10. The News is a service of the AM 560 mobile app. Download the AM 560 mobile app at 560theanswer.com/mobile. And a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Brandon Tatum gives you the real truth about BLM.
I just destroy Black Lives Matter every chance I get, because they are such a fraudulent organization that took over the minds and the hearts of gullible Americans in 2020. Black Lives Matter was a domestic terrorist organization. They use violence and coercion to push a political agenda. That is a terrorist organization.
The Officer Tatum Show. Weeknights at 7, right before Jay Sekulow at 9 on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature, changing the world one life at a time.
I guess I heard the ads. That was mainly it. That's when I started. I didn't know anybody else that was taking it, but I just started on it and got through Christmas, and I went to, after New Year's, I went to Arizona to visit my friends that live in Sun City, and I was out walking one day, and I thought to myself, I feel good. I just feel like I'm about 15 again. And, I'm 80-something, so, that's pretty good. I just couldn't believe how great I felt. And every day when I got up, I felt great.
Start your journey to better health. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get free shipping. And don't forget to get 35% off your first preferred order by using discount code CHICAGO.
Are you a business owner with a strategic mission, a drive to succeed, and a plan for growth, but you just need the right bank? Hi, Mike Gallagher here, letting you know that Signature Bank is all about going the distance for commercial banking customers. It's what Signature Bank does every day. Their team understands that accessibility is key to their culture. In times like these, you want a bank that is there for you to weather the bad times and capitalize on the good. And with Signature Bank by your side, you can't go wrong. It's a true partnership. That's why Signature Bank in Chicago is my bank. That's right. I'm a customer. I believe in what they have to offer, from innovative tech and customized solutions to help your business grow and thrive. Reach out to my friends at Signature Bank. Call 773-467-5630, 773-467-5630, or visit them online at signaturebank.bank. That's signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank makes commercial banking personal. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Famous conservative quotes presented by Automated Systems.
The late, great Winston Churchill said, "A nation that forgets its past has no future."
Listen, to all you manufacturing companies out there, I encourage you to call my friend Laz Coolshar from Automated Systems. Automated Systems is a software and system integration company that specializes in companies that are required to meet the FDA numerous compliances and requirements. Automated Systems will create a custom solution for your business that will make your production lines, your facilities, and your plants run more efficiently. Imagine less downtime, more speed, and fewer rejects. From Fortune 500 companies to garage startups, ASI delivers solutions for your toughest automation challenges. If you own a business and need design or process engineering or testing, I encourage you to call my friend Laz at Automated Systems. Call 844-HIRE-ASI or visit hireasi.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI or online at hireasi.com.
Hi, this is Lisa Booth. With so much instability and inflation in the world, I recommend protecting your retirement by diversifying with gold and silver. I recommend Bishop Gold Group. Bishop Gold Group sells physical gold and silver delivered to your door or put directly in your IRA. Call now and tell them Lisa Booth sent you. Dial pound 250 on your mobile phone and mention keyword Bishop Gold or visit bishopgoldgroup.com. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dialed text message from Bishop Gold Group.
6:38. Let's get an update on the roads now. In the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, it is a service of Blindster. Do you need new blinds or shades? Blindster.com offers custom-made blind shades and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Visit Blindster now to save 50% off. Blindster.com. Eden's inbound 23 minutes. Inbound from Lake Cook Road into the junction. Road construction has a left lane down inbound between Niles Center and Peterson. Kennedy on the inbound side. 36 minutes. O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Ike at 45 from 390 into the old post office. Stevenson 43 from 355 into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Watch out for an earlier disabled vehicle still bottling things up near Western Avenue. Also on the outbound side, you have a disabled vehicle, right lane blocked. It's a big dump truck outbound just between LaGrange Road and Route 83. Dan Ryan inbound 19 into the Burns Circle interchange. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. A warm day ahead. Plenty of sun. High 85. 63 right now. Next news coming up at 7. And Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
From the Matrix Home Solutions Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 The Answer online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, and on TuneIn, iHeart, and on Odyssey. America First with Sebastian Gorka, today at 3, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy, paraphrasing Stanley Kubrick. Artificial intelligence, or how I learned to stop worrying and love the robots. Maybe that's what we should be thinking, and I don't mean as a parody. This is essentially the thesis of a new book from Gerd Gigerenzer. He's the director emeritus, I should say, at the Max Planck Institute for Human Development. He's also the award-winning author of the book we're going to discuss, How to Stay Smart in a Smart World. Gerd, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm glad to be with you.
So the robot takeover is not inevitable, and the development of artificial intelligence is not something that should that we should fret about, overly fret about. Explain why.
Yeah. So algorithms and big data can do some problems, but not all problems. So they are very good in so-called stable world problems like chess and Go with well-defined rules that never change. But the moment it comes to human behavior, the algorithms aren't very good. So that's about uncertainty. So that's the basic idea to distinguish. Namely, if you have a stable world like an industry application, that's where algorithms and big data are excellent. But when it comes to uncertainty, where you can't know the future, where new things happen, they may mislead us.
But isn't the one of the propositions of AI is that that artificial intelligence, the robots, if you will be able to process information in a way that mimics human beings, but do it faster and make decisions that would mirror what human beings would make, given a set of moral rights and wrongs?
No, that's a typical story, but that's mostly marketing hype or religious faith. So again, AI is excellent in stable world problems, but not in uncertainty. That means we have little evidence that the algorithms who try to do predictive policing, so to find out who will be the next person who commits a crime and where, are anything better than what policemen can do today. We also have no evidence that recidivism predictions are anything better than very simple rules that just look at age, previous crimes, and maybe gender. That's all. So we need to distinguish. And we overestimate, because we have all these stories and movies, the power of AI. Nothing, no technology can do everything. And we should be grateful that we have the internet, that we have all these possibilities, but we should not fall prey to marketing hype.
Yeah, and I mean, the movies that go the other way, too, since you mentioned predictive policing, something like Minority Report, that suggests the dangers. For people that are in the development of artificial intelligence and its applications, do they fall prey to their own marketing? Do you think that they recognize the limitations and they are not intending to advance things like predictive policing that, could run afoul of say, people's liberties, constitutional rights?
Yeah. The engineers are well aware of the limitation and the difficulty to construct algorithms that can do well under uncertainty. For instance, self-driving cars. So a car with no human paying attention and which is safe in all traffic conditions, that's a self-driving car. We don't have self-driving cars. It's called level 5 in the international classification. We have level 2 cars. And there won't be level 5 cars. There will something much more interesting happen. Level 4 cars. That is, cars that can drive without a human paying attention, but only in restricted areas. And that will be a fundamental change, because we have to rebuild our cities around the limited capabilities of autonomous cars. And humans may no longer be allowed to drive themselves where autonomous cars are driving.
Well, that's interesting.
But you've got the unpredictable behavior, though, from pedestrians and cyclists, too.
Yeah, and from car drivers, yes. And that also means that we will have to, so if these cities, there are cities already being redesigned in Japan, in China, so to adapt to the limited capabilities of autonomous cars. And it will mean that we may lose the ability to drive anymore, because we are the problem. For an autonomous cars, humans are the problem.
Well, that's going to be a fight. With respect to, and part of this too is you're talking about redesigning cities and only humans, autonomous cars only in terms of restricted areas. Yeah. But there again, it's human determination. What is a restricted area? It'll be informed by the engineers, I suppose. But what level 4 cars? What sort of provision do they offer with respect to driving? So what can they do and what can't they do in terms of where you can turn the control over to artificial intelligence versus you have to pay attention when you're driving?
So a level 4 car is defined that there is no human driver. There's no way to turn it over. So it's self-driving, but only in limited areas. We do have these cars already in airports and in other restricted areas where there will be no humans, no pedestrians, no cyclists, and so on. And this is the real revolution. It's about us adapting to AI. AI is not just an assistant system or a gimmick like a self-driving car where we can just lean back. But we have to change when we want to have the AI do as good as it can.
So it's going to be like me sitting in a Rumba. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
But
wanted.
it's also about our values.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you because Dan won't, but I will about love algorithms. I mean, is true love really
How
just a
good is
click away?
eHarmony? Yeah, right.
Or our time? I mean, how reliable are these?
Oh, so in my book, How to Stay Smart in a Smart World, I have a chapter about love algorithms. And so these are algorithms where you buy into a platform and you pay a few $100, and then you put on your profile, and the algorithm calculates a match between profiles, and then you get hopefully the ideal partner. So that's also a problem under high uncertainty. It's about people. It's not about machines. And at the end, all the studies available show that these online matching services with the love algorithms are not better than what you can expect if you just sign into a chat room with other people of similar interests, or just do the analog way, go out with your dog and talk to other dog owners.
Yeah,
Or go to a church and meet other church members,
I'll
or
tell
go
you,
to a bar.
He's absolutely right, because I tried that once, the eHarmony thing.
Oh, how'd it
and
go?
I matched with Margaret Thatcher, and she's not available. So I'm going to have to keep. One of the other topics you tackle in your book, How to Stay Smart in a Smart World, I'm interested in, is the so-called privacy paradox, right? All this talk about the protection of people's data, but at the same time, we are the product of all these social media companies, and we freely give over our data. Is the idea of privacy in the AI world, is that also just marketing hype? You're not going to have privacy?
Yeah. So the privacy policies are mostly about how can we detect companies extract data from you without you noticing. So the privacy paradox is the following. So most people in the U.S., in the Western world, and everywhere else, in China as well, are concerned about their data because they don't know where their personal data is going and what's being done with it. At the same time, you might then expect that people would be willing to pay every month a certain fee to keep the data, so to pay with their money instead of with their data. But no, the majority is not willing to pay a single dollar. For instance, in the U.S., about 3/4 of all people are concerned about their data, but only 1/4 is willing to pay anything, a single dollar per month. So that's the privacy paradox. And what's happening is that our values are being changed. Our values of privacy, of dignity, and changes, and it fades away into a person that is, like a data file that anyone, government or tech companies has available.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I think that's accurate, and that's also deeply concerning. I wonder. One other sort of futuristic, these Google futurists and people like Peter Thiel are in this area of development. I mean, basically, the upshot is like this idea that at some point in the not too distant future, we're going to keep our brains active when our body has passed on, and just put my head on a machine, and I can run around with my old brain and my new titanium body. These futurists that want to live forever. What do you make of that?
It's religious faith. So it's the old dream of living forever, particularly in California. For instance, in Germany, where I live, only 22% of people say that they would like to live forever if it would be medically possible. And the older you get, and the more birthdays you celebrate, the less is your desire to celebrate forever birthdays. So I think of that as a technological faith type. So, and it distracts from the real problems. The real problems are about the people who are behind the AI. It's not the AI. that people who collect the data and who will use at some point the data for whatever the purposes is. And many users don't really understand what's going on. And here's an analogy that helps. So think about a coffee house in your hometown, which offers free coffee. So it's for free, so everyone goes there. And as a consequence, all other coffee houses get bankrupt. But it's fine that you sit there and you talk with your friends. The only disadvantage is that in the tables there are microphones and there are on the walls video cameras that register everything, every word you say, to whom and when. So, and the coffee house is full with salespeople who interrupt you all the time and want to sell you personalized products. So that's about the situation when you're on Facebook or when you're on Google. The customers in the coffee house are the salespeople. They pay for your coffee. It's not you. And this analogy also shows you what would be the alternative so that we are not giving away our data about whether we are pregnant, whether we are depressive, or whether we have heart failure. The alternative would be we want to pay for our own coffee. And so we have a real coffee house again. And I did a short calculation. What would it cost to reimburse the Meta, formerly Facebook, corporation for all their revenues that I now at the moment get to 97% from advertisers? It's just $2 a month for each user, and we could have our privacy and our dignity back. It can be done.
Wow, that's really interesting, which is why I'm interested in the book, How to Stay Smart in a Smart World. That's the book. He is Gerd Gigerenzer, Director Emeritus at the Max Planck Institute for Human Development. And again, the book, How to Stay Smart in a Smart World. Pick it up. Gerd, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, it was a pleasure. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And he joined us on our Turnkey.Pro answer line.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
This is Randy Donnelly from Donnelly Auctions, inviting you to attend our next gun and military auction this Saturday and Sunday, September 17th and 18th. We have over 400 guns from antique to modern and hunting to self-defense. We even have a collection of cannons in this sale. And if you need ammo, this is the auction for you with over 100,000 rounds in all calibers. Sunday also features the historic military collectibles from all wars, including helmets, edge weapons, uniforms, and battle gear. This is a live auction held this Saturday and Sunday, starting at 10 a.m. both days. Bid live or online. You can preview the auction in person on Friday from noon to 7 p.m. We are a federal and state licensed firearms dealer, and all state and federal firearm laws apply. For complete details and online bidding, go to DonnellyAuctions.com. That's DonnellyAuctions.com. We're now accepting automobiles, motorcycles, gambling, and arcade machines for our next auction. I'm Randy Donnelly, and I'll see you at the auction.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
I'm a physician. I've been in practice for 40 years. And when I started taking this, I don't like medicines, and I probably have taken more people off medicine than I put on it. And so I looked at it, and it's pretty much a natural element. And there's no question in my mind, knowing a lot of patients, that people my age, 60 and over, do not eat right. And they certainly don't get the appropriate nutrients through the vegetables, fruits, and things like that. So I think that it supplies the building blocks that your body normally would use to heal itself. And if you don't get them, you don't heal right. So it's amazing. I mean, I'm doing what I did 2 years ago.
Start your journey to better health. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get free shipping. And don't forget to get 35% off your first preferred order by using discount code CHICAGO.
A successful baseball coach gets the offer of a lifetime.
We need a new coach. I'm looking at it.
I'm Coach Brooks.
I love this gang.
When his methods reveal his faith, two worlds collide.
Your job description at this school reads coach, not pastor.
I'm being forced to choose between providing for my family and doing what God called me to do.
This is bigger than baseball. It's bigger than you.
Champions live here. Running the Bases in theaters September 16th. Rated PG. Tickets and showtimes at runningthebasesmovie.com. You just keep winning.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Darren Bailey isn't popular with the political establishment of either party because he's from the real world.
I'm proud to be a family farmer. We get up before the sun comes up, and we work until after it goes down. We fix things that are broken. We solve problems, and we grow things. And I love to remind people what farmers do. They feed the world.
Like you, Bailey knows what hasn't worked.
Decade after decade of mismanagement in Springfield, back-to-back billionaire governors, and where has that gotten us?
Bailey got involved in state politics by opposing the income tax increase signed by the previous Republican governor, and then led the opposition to the income tax increase proposed by the current Democrat governor, because high taxes are driving families from Illinois. We tried billionaires from both parties. They left us with high taxes, high unemployment, and high crime rates. How much worse does it have to get before we give a practical problem solver a try? Paid for by people who play by the rules PAC.
AM 560, The Answer.
You know, I want Gerd Gigerenzer to read. I want to listen to him read How to Stay Smart in a Smart World to me.
Yeah.
His
dialect.
It was very soothing, but also he sounded exactly like Omar Sharif as Agent Cedric in Top Secret. It's so entertaining.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 7:07, Governor Pritzker has taken out after your fair radio talk show host. We'll discuss 7:07.
You're living inside his head rent-free. Today, plenty of sunshine, warm, a high of 85 degrees at 7 a.m. WIND, Chicago.
For her, the bell's tolled. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That's at Westminster Abbey. Other churches across Britain also rang bells at noon UK time to honor the late Queen Elizabeth. And right now, there are numerous 96-gun salutes being fired for every year she lived.
Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, was one of the greatest leaders the world has ever known.
New Prime Minister Liz Truss addressing a special session of Parliament.
She was the rock on which modern Britain was built.
She'll meet later today with King Charles III, the Queen's son, who's ascended to the throne and has left the castle where his mother died yesterday, now on his way to London. The King will address Britain in 5 hours on the first of 10 days of mourning.
We are hearing more and more from Buckingham Palace of everything to come. There will be books in city halls for people to pay their tribute. There will be flower displays already across the country. There are billboards that have been put up to honor her.
Fox's Alex Hogan in London. President Biden paid his respect to the British Embassy, calling her an incredibly gracious woman.
We mourn for all of you. She was a great lady. We're so delighted we got to meet her.
Now, the president later addressed a gathering of Democrats in Maryland, again taking aim at extreme Republicans, he calls them.
The Republican Party today is dominated, driven, and intimidated by Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans. And that is a threat to this country.
Former President Trump says it's this president who's the threat and divisive as the Justice Department fights a judge's ruling that was in Trump's favor that ordered a special independent review and a master of documents the FBI seized from his Florida home.
In the filing, the Justice Department also wants Judge Elaine Cannon's decision prohibiting the use of seized records for investigative purposes put on hold.
Fox's Jared Halpern. America's listening to Fox News. 63 degrees at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A man is dead, shot by police in Zion. Officers were called out last night by a person who reported that a relative was trying to break into her home. She said she had an order of protection against that relative. Officers arrived. That man pulled a gun and began firing at police, who retreated. The man ran away. Officers tracked him down, and one officer shot that man, the suspect pronounced dead, at a nearby hospital. A grand jury has indicted a Chicago police sergeant and did so Thursday on offenses of aggravated battery and official misconduct, all related to a video this summer that surfaced showing the officer kneeling on a teen in Park Ridge. The sergeant
faces felony counts of official misconduct and aggravated battery. Bears chairman George McCaskey is vowing the team would be a good neighbor when they relocate to suburban Arlington Heights.
We felt it was important to get in front of you in these early stages to share the progress we've made to date and get your feedback.
However, McCaskey told the crowd gathered last night at Hersey High School the franchise would need some public money in order to move forward with parts of the multi-billion-dollar project tied to an entertainment district, not the stadium. Team president Ted Phillips says the team's only plan is for a new stadium at the site in Arlington Heights. White Sox crushed Oakland yesterday, 14-2. Yohan Moncada drove in 5 with 2 home runs. Sox now a game and a half back of Cleveland in the AL Central. Cubs lost to the Reds 4-3. Bears prepping for kickoff Sunday against the 49ers. And the Sky season comes to an end with a loss to Connecticut. The news service of the daily podcast of Chicago's Morning Answer and the Sean Thompson Show. 7:04, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Tickets are on sale now for Freedom Summit 2022, presented by Matrix Home Solutions. Coming to the Westin Chicago Northwest and Itasca on Saturday, November 5th. This year's lineup features Larry Elder, Brandon Tatum, Alex Berenson, Jenna Ellis, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, Sean Thompson, and many more. Tickets for this event sell out every year, so don't wait. Get yours today at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Matrix Industrial Design and by Oliver the Ornament.
From the very beginning, and every workday since, at every shift and every individual effort, we carry a common purpose, a common cause. It's a duty we proudly honor, knowing behind every product we build is your faith in us, dedicated to the craft of gun making, dedicated to your freedom, equality, security, and the promise of this great country. Smith & Wesson, empowering Americans. Learn more at smith-wesson.com.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Dr. Willie Wilson, and I approve this message.
2021 marked Chicago's deadliest year in a quarter century. Crimes and gang-related violence continue to increase year over year. We can stop this violent cycle by implementing trade schools for young adults, former inmates, and other Chicagoans to learn valuable skills, providing opportunity, education, and economic empowerment. Choose Dr. Willie Wilson as mayor so we can keep Chicago safe together.
I approve this message. I'm Dr. Willie Wilson, and I approve this message.
Illinois' population loss was the third worst amongst U.S. states from July 2020 to July 2021. 2,400 businesses in the Chicago area will never reopen due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As mayor, Dr. Willie Wilson will work hard to restore Chicago by lowering taxes to keep people in the city, helping small businesses get back on their feet, and expanding access to infrastructure. Dr. Willie Wilson, leading Chicago to a better tomorrow.
I approve this message.
7:06. Let's get an update on the roads now. We do that, of course, in our Team Hochberg Traffic Center. And this update, a service of Salem Surround, a local digital marketing agency, providing high-performing digital solutions to surround your target audience. Inbound Edens road construction has a left lane down between Dempster and Peterson, and that is causing some major problems this morning. Lake Cook Road to Montrose in 28 minutes. 44 on the inbound Kennedy from O'Hare to the Burns Circle interchange. Ike inbound, it's an hour right now from 390 into the old post office. Stevenson 57 from 355 into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Stevenson outbound, disabled vehicle, right lane blocked between First Avenue and Route 83. It's 35 out to the Tri-State. Dan Ryan inbound, 24 95th into the Burns Circle interchange. Traffic, a service of the AM 560 mobile app. Download the AM 560 mobile app at 560theanswer.com/mobile. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with Steve Williams.
A warm day today, plenty of sun. High today 85, clear tonight, low 64. Periods of clouds and sun for tomorrow, the high 83. Showers and breezy on Sunday, a rumble of thunder possible, the high near 70. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Sunrise 63 at O'Hare. Next news 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
From the Matrix Home Solutions studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 The Answer online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, and on TuneIn, iHeart, and on Odyssey. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560 The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Have you received a newspaper in the mail recently? Have you seen TV that details, for example, the implications of the Safety Act that's set to go in effect January 1st that would empty out the prisons around the country, around the state, county by county, as well as effectively mandate the release of people charged with no bail, with people charged with crimes like aggravated assault, arson, kidnapping.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer line 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment.
Because my communications, some of them are mine, some of them are not, but the communications, I should say, on the topic, whether it's TV ads you may have seen or newspapers you may have received, has really riled Triple Threat and Spalding over the last week or so. And yesterday, as I understand it, because I saw his comments, Spalding took out after me again per newspapers that have been published and distributed.
Yeah.
Well, first of all, this is a messaging that's coming from a racist political consultant who used to associate himself with Illinois, now lives in Florida. And he's, sending messages that are, if you look at what he's printed, it's clearly all about the idea that, what he's printing, that black people are threatening your way of life. That's essentially what he's putting in these publications. It's a scare tactic. It's meant to have people, concerned for their safety. And the truth of the matter is that what he's purveying here is complete hogwash. I'm probably being polite when I say that. It's disgusting. It's a terrible thing to do. We're seeing it more and more in American politics, and unfortunately, we hadn't seen it as much in Illinois until this guy, Dan Proft. I think it's missing an I, because it's really all about profit for him.
That's a good one. I've never heard that one before.
Never heard. Yeah, he's so hip and with it there.
So a couple things in response. Oh, and by the way, I did get an email from that drunk buffoon toady for the power structure, Rick Pearson. Mm-hmm. He serves as a Tribune reporter and spokesman for Pritzker, which is, difficult twofer, but he manages it brilliantly. He texted.
What did he ask you?
He emailed me, I should say. He emailed me, and I posted it because I like to, do things out in the open, make sure everybody sees.
Transparency, we love it. It's all what we want.
People say it, I live it. He emailed me.
Any pleasantries at the beginning of the
Do you have any reaction to Governor Pritzker today calling you a quote-unquote racist political consultant, as you just called me? And my answer was the same reaction as when you do it for him, Rick. It's like being called ugly by a frog. But here's the thing about Pritzker and his comments. Do you find it at all curious that he cares more about where I live than he does what's happening where you live?
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 64636, type in DA, then a quick comment.
And
does he care about the victims?
And I renew my follow-up question, since nobody in the Chicago Press Corps will ask a follow-up question that's on point. Well, because, again, they're Pritzker's comm shop, so I don't expect it. But a follow-up question that could be asked, follow-up question that you should be thinking is real simple. All right, you made an allegation, so be specific. It's all hogwash, what you're seeing on TV, what you've read in these papers in question. It's all hogwash. So what specifically is untrue or inaccurate? Give me one specific instance of something in the newspapers in question that is untruthful or inaccurate. Just one. Second question, if I'm a racist because I said or did what? You made an allegation, so now substantiate it. Because I've said or did what? Because we publish mugshots of people who would be released under the Safety Act that are currently being held on bond for trial?
Well, he doesn't like the fact that the majority of them are black, and therefore he's calling you racist because of that. And anybody with a brain cell knows what really is going on.
So if you post mugshots of actual inmates on actual bond, awaiting actual trials for actual violent crimes, and by the way, it's not just black offenders or alleged offenders, that is by definition racist. No, what he is finding problematic is it brings it home to people. It makes it real. It's not an abstraction. It's not statistics. These are the people charged with these crimes, and in many cases with these rap sheets that are going to be turned out, and you're hearing from prosecutors around the state that, in Jim Glasgow's words, Will County, it will be the end of days. Is Jim Glasgow racist? Because he said it's going to be the end of days if he has to substantially empty out the Will County Jail in Joliet.
And he's a Democrat.
So,
even Superintendent Brown is against it.
So this is again, something where they refuse to deal on the merits. They will not talk about the particulars of the Safety Act. Is it true that people charged with these crimes will be presumptively released?
Crimes such as aggravated battery, aggravated DUI, aggravated fleeing, arson, burglary, drug-induced homicide, intimidation, kidnapping, robbery, second-degree murder, and threatening a public official.
Is it true that in order to get a judge to override the presumption of release without condition, other than to show up for your trial, that you have to point to a specific threat the person poses? In other words, and Glasgow and Berlin explained this when they were on the show, but I'll repeat because this is the defense that's being offered. When you hear, you can hear it when people talk about this, but the judge can override. Not exactly. The presumption is on unconditional release. The judge can override, but the legislation says, as one of the few people who's read it, who's not a prosecutor, specific threat. So in other words, and this is the classic example, if I burn down your house, I'm charged with arson.
Right.
Then I'm going to be released unless you can make a showing that I pose a specific threat to a specific individual. Not that I pose a threat to the public, not that I may burn down somebody else's house or business. You have to say, Dan burned down Amy's house, and if we let him out, he's going to burn down Mike Scott's house, and we have evidence to prove this. You can't say Dan burned down Amy's house, and he may burn down somebody else's house. That doesn't
work.
That doesn't
anymore.
pass muster to have me detained for trial.
But then but you got to turn this over right away within, hours, and that's just impossible.
Also,
that's another sticky wicket.
As Glasgow and Berlin and others have explained, you have this 90-day clock for trial for all persons charged. Well, it's not like they have one case in Will or Cook or Lake or Kendall or Kane or obviously Cook. So if everybody that's arrested and charged and arraigned is on a 90-day clock, then in some cases you're not, and this is Glasgow's words, I'm just recasting them, you're not going to be able to gather the evidence, the witnesses, do the proper prep in order to go to trial. And then if you don't meet it, then they're turned out. This is the fact. And not only is there no follow-up on Pritzker's allegations or Lightfoot's allegations, or, really aspersions, name-calling in my direction, which is less important, there's no follow-up on the substance of the Safety Act, which is important to every Illinoisan. This is going to export the approach to law enforcement that is currently in force in Chicago statewide. It is a choice in Chicago right now by Fox and Lightfoot and Preckwinkle and Evans. That's a choice they're making. It's going to be the law. So, and by the way, I was having this conversation with the restaurateur in Elmhurst yesterday. You're not going to like that you're right across from a train station. You're not going to like it because you're now under this law. You're going to have people that come from the city that mean to do people harm. And by the way, this is not casting any particular group, individual people, individual criminals. And this has been happening. Home burglary rings, car thefts. This has been happening. Now they're going to understand that I don't have to worry about Bob Berlin in DuPage County. I don't have to worry about Jim Glasgow in Will County because they're under the same law that Kim Foxx has been essentially operating under, even in a de facto way. They're under the same protocol. So even if I knew that Berlin or Glasgow, other prosecutors, I don't want to do it in the suburbs. I don't want to get caught in the suburbs because they're not going to turn me out the way Kim does. That's gone. State law. So you're going to turn every county prosecutor into Kim Foxx, and most of them, like 100 out of 102 that oppose this, unwillingly. That's what's actually happening.
Our text line is blowing up. What's a parent to do, Dan and Amy, when they live in a place that allows this? If we don't win the election in November, I'm not sure what to think.
The commercial that I'm running now, and we talked about on Tuesday, and you heard it, but you really have to see it. And this came to us from CWB Chicago because of a doorbell cam in Lakeview. That woman walking down the street who was accosted by three men who jumped out of a car, and she's screaming for help.
They put a gun to her head.
So is that racist? Is that hogwash, or did that actually happen?
You're just presenting the facts.
And the race is irrelevant to me. It's the conduct. It's only the conduct that matters. But they can't address the conduct because they've thrown in with people who are essentially promoting lawlessness in this state and doing so to propagate their racial politics. I mean, the idea, oh my gosh, yeah, that I'm infusing race into this campaign. First of all, it's not true. Secondly, oh my gosh, racial politics in Chicago and Illinois, all these two, I'm talking about Spalding and Lightfoot, do is force everything through a racial prism. Not to mention, I mean, do you know any history of this city or state? The racial politics always played by the left, almost always played by the left. There have been some bad instances of, so-called people on the center right playing racial politics. But this has been a staple in Chicago politics, which has been dominated for 100 years by Democrats. So give me a break. And the question to that texter, what are we going to do? I mean, if you have to be an ambassador for sense, for civilization. If you allow these two, first Spalding in November and then triple threat in February, if you allow them to get away with this, then you're basically saying, I've given up on civilization in Illinois. I've given up on the rule of law in Illinois. I'm indifferent to my personal safety. I know that people have sort of turned a blind eye to their economic interests in this state. You're going to turn a blind eye to the safety interests of your family? Well, that's what you're doing if you support either one of these people. Don and Carol Stream, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, my friend. I have to agree with you on the statement where he called you a racist. How do you even say that? And then number two, Illinois is going to wind up just like those two girls in Memphis that were murdered by these jerks that were released early. They're going to have criminals on the street. You're not going to be able to. She jogged on that street 4 o'clock in the morning, probably for years, without a single care in the world. Then she goes out one day. The guy was released early, and he murders her.
Yeah, he should have been behind bars.
You're not going to be safe to walk out on the street anymore.
Well, anymore. I mean, again, in Chicago, just Chicago, there have been 500 people murdered. There have been 2,500 people shot. There have been 1,200 people carjacked just so far this year.
232 minors shot, 32 killed, including a 1-month-old. My God.
You don't think this... I just don't understand. And this is, I know most of the people listening to this show get it, but you got to help us make sure other people not listening to this show or struggling to get it, or they're going to get it. It is going to I repeat because I don't know what else to say. This is county prosecutors. This is county sheriffs. This is judges speaking in part through county prosecutors and county sheriffs, telling you what will happen. And if you don't think that the individuals committing crimes in Chicago can commit crimes in the suburbs, or they're not people in the suburbs who also have bad intentions, habitual criminals, maybe not on the scale in Chicago, but on a per capita basis in some communities, it's not dissimilar. Okay. Sarah in Glenview.
Yeah. Hi. I'd like to see Pritzker get rid of his security. Also, he's using the R word. Why? Because you are right over the target. And I never knew this, but he's telling us, Pritzker, that 100 out of 102 DAs and state's attorneys are racist. Gee, we have systemic racism in Illinois. I didn't know that.
Right, exactly. Thanks, Sarah. And another follow-up question. Really? So if Proft is a racist for profiling the issue and using examples of individuals charged with specific crimes as to further develop the implications for people, then Jim Glasgow and Bob Berlin explaining it to people on the airwaves, they're racist too. Everybody's a racist. That's actually what he said when he signed the legislation. He said anybody opposed to this are basically fearmongers. Fearmongers, racists. All he has is names to call people because he can't defend the substance of the law. And he doesn't want to talk about it. And he doesn't want to answer questions about it. And neither does Lightfoot. And so you're a fearmonger, you're a racist. If people can't see through this, and I don't know what to tell you. Judy in Lamont.
Good morning. Your words are getting out. The last couple of days, I have heard more about this on other radio channels. Last night, because I couldn't sleep, the overnight guy on the radio channel down the way, they went into this in detail. And yesterday, Charlie Kirk went into this in detail. So the word is getting out. So bring it on and keep it coming. Good for you guys.
Thanks, Judy. Bob, Buffalo Grove.
Thanks for taking my call, Dan and Amy. I think I got your publication, something called the North Cook News, and it had the fold-out. Is that it? And I wonder how many copies you mailed out.
Yeah, well, there's a lot that have been mailed out. Thanks for the call, Bob. And also, by the way, these outlets have existed for the better part of a decade.
I know, that's why it's so...
Mostly
this is just popping up now during the campaign season. No, wake up.
Mostly online, but
Yeah.
they've been mailed out before and so forth.
The mainstream, they read your stuff and then they do the stories.
And by the way, it's not my stuff.
Well,
I don't write
no,
the
you
articles.
don't,
I
but I'm
don't
saying the
publish the paper.
publications.
But yeah,
Well, I'm just saying they acted like this is just something new, and they've used your material.
Well, right. And so they have to find somebody to be the boogeyman.
Right.
And
You're right.
I'm happy to play that role. I don't care. So long as people understand what they're doing. The ad hominem is laughable to me. It's laughable. But it's an opportunity to educate people who have been paying passing attention at best in terms of how the scam works. So this time, one time, you see through it. And in so doing, you protect your physical security in this state. Seems like a pretty good trade-off. Eileen in Park Ridge.
Hi there. I was just calling in because yesterday I put in a call to Laura Murphy's office. She's my state rep here in Park Ridge. And I had asked her, I didn't get to speak with her, I spoke with her representative, but asked about where Laura Murphy stands with this whole thing and the Safety Act. And apparently, from what they said, was the attorney generals in the state all get to decide what parameters or set out some guidelines as to, say, kidnapping. Is it kidnapping, your child in a divorce scenario, or is it kidnapping, some random kid on the street? And they get to apply some type of determination as to what the severity is or whatnot, or if they're going to hold bail or keep.
Is that Laura Murphy's defense for supporting the Safety Act? Because that's
apparently she supports some and not. And
I support some aspects and not. Oh yeah. Well, guess what?
Dodge and weave.
I don't know where she was on it. I'd have to look it up. But look it up, because all that matters is her vote. And if she voted yes for it, disqualifying. It is a disqualifying vote if you believe in the rule of law. And anybody who voted for it and everybody who voted for it should be turned out of office. Disqualifying. What she's saying, that's just pablum. And it's this judicial discretion, and prosecutors can go to the judge and say we need to override. I was just mentioning you have to offer a specific individual that would be threatened if this person who is scheduled to be released without condition was released without condition. It's much more complicated than this. And again, I would encourage, because I appreciate that what Berlin and Glasgow are doing, DuPage and Will County prosecutors, listen to what they're saying, because they're on the air talking about it, not just on our show. Thanks for the call, Eileen. But also, I think they have an announcement coming today. So there's a new chapter, I believe, that's about to be opened in this discussion about the Safety Act. Stay tuned. Suzanne in Mount Prospect.
Yes. First, I just want to thank you for your efforts for bringing awareness to all the issues that you guys bring awareness to. And then also, I just thought it was incredibly amusing that Pritzker was trying to make a disparaging comment about you from being from Florida when his entire family, his immediate family, moved to Florida during the pandemic.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks for the call, Suzanne.
He leans in the microphone. From Florida.
Yeah,
and some senators are Blaze, but you live there too, Pritzker.
Well, and I don't even have like a horse farm in Wellington to go to. I just got, little shanty. Little shanty. I'm a beachcomber. But again, I appreciate, I'm sure you do too, that
he was yelling at you, he's yelling at all of us.
Your governor is more concerned about where I live than what's happening where you live. Let that register. Let that sink in.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Speaking of these newspapers that are being pilloried by the left, the newspapers in question have some news on PPP loans in Illinois that I think you'll find rather stunning. 7:37.
But now into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
62 degrees at 7:31. A man killed, a woman injured following a shooting downtown in Chicago. Police tell us the shooting happened between 3 and 3:15 a.m. this morning in the 600 block of East Grand in the city's Streeterville neighborhood. King Charles will deliver a speech today to the nation in mourning following the death of Queen Elizabeth in the UK, where Prime Minister Liz Truss has just told Parliament the Commonwealth right now is united as a family of nations.
As we meet today, we remember the pledge she made on her 21st birthday to dedicate her life to service. The whole House will agree. Never has a promise been so completely fulfilled.
President Biden paying tribute to Queen Elizabeth after her death.
And she was an incredibly gracious and decent woman. And the thoughts and prayers of the American people are with the people of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth in their grief.
Biden last night. Mayor Muriel Bowser of Washington, D.C. wants to give support to the migrants she says are being bused to D.C. from Arizona and Texas. She also alleges that some people are being tricked.
Some people are taking this ride to get to their destinations along the way because it gets them closer to their final destination.
Bowser declaring a public emergency on Thursday. A boil water advisory remains in effect in parts of West Baltimore, and water will have to be distributed again today. Frustrated residents are looking at water contaminated with E. coli.
We do feel neglected. They don't know when this water gonna get cleaned up. Nobody said anything. We did not find out until late Monday evening after we had drinking the water.
Candidates for Maryland governor turned up in the affected area. Republican Dan Cox handed out water to residents yesterday, saying systemic changes need to be made now in how Baltimore is being managed. Most Americans now want a maximum age limit for elected officials. New poll from CBS and YouGov says over 70% of those polled said there should be an upper age restriction that would force lawmakers to leave office. Governor Pritzker accusing Texas Governor Greg Abbott and his office of being uncooperative and helping with busloads of immigrants Abbott has sent to Chicago from Texas. Pritzker yesterday complaining about a lack of communication. White Sox were 14-2 winners over Oakland. Dylan Cease the win. Yohan Moncada drove in 5. Sox now a game and a half back of Cleveland. Cubs lost to the Reds 4-3. Bills winners over the Rams in the NFL kickoff last night. The Bears continuing preparations for San Francisco. The news is a service of the AM 560 Advantage, where you can join today. 560theanswer.com/join. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
The Sean Thompson Show.
Joe Biden is going to use this now to take away your rights. He's upset about the AR-15. He's not upset about any of this. An opportunist looking to con people. So this is going to be used to take away your civil liberties. What he doesn't understand is what he's doing to this nation. The collapse of the economy has already caused massive crime spike, massive unrest. Just take a look at a Democrat-run sewer city like Chicago.
The Sean Thompson Show, weekday afternoons at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
Before Bamboo HR, I feel like crying just thinking about it.
We were still handling everything via paper, and we literally had paper stacked. It was all in spreadsheets and like folders. From the moment I started using it, I felt calmer.
As soon as we started using the Bamboo onboarding checklist, I mean, it was extremely easy.
Head count, turnover, years of service. There's just so many different reports that I use at different points in time.
I'm totally set free to focus on the people, to focus on development, to focus on team dynamics.
It's freeing me up to do more of the stuff that actually matters in HR, which is interacting with people, learning from them, and then building stuff for them.
Everything is in this one place. I can't even imagine what it would be like without Bamboo HR.
We're Bamboo HR, and we'd love to set you free to do great work. Come try our award-winning all-in-one HR software for free with no strings attached. Visit bamboohr.com/HR for this free trial offer. That's bamboohr.com/HR.
Remember to eat your fruits and vegetables. We all remember these words from our childhood. But how does anyone have time to buy, store, prepare, and eat enough healthy fruits and vegetables in our busy lives? Balance of Nature keeps it simple. Our produce is powdered after an advanced vacuum cold process, which stabilizes the maximum nutrient content. The produce is then mixed into a scientifically researched blend designed with your body in mind. Once these blends are encapsulated, they are packaged and sent right to your door, so you can get all the benefits of a colorful variety of fruits and vegetables every day. Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-2468-751 And don't forget to get 35% off your first order as a preferred customer by using discount code CHICAGO.
Job position is management analyst. Job duties are conduct organizational studies and evaluations, perform work simplifications and measurement studies to assist management in operating more efficiently and effectively. Interpret and analyze financial data, such as revenue, expenditure, and employment reports to improve profitability and efficiency in management. Monitor and supervise logistics, inbound and outgoing deliveries. Advise managers on how to make organizations more profitable through reduced costs and increased revenues. This is a full-time position. Academic requirement is a 4-year bachelor's degree with a major in business administration. However, past work experience is not required. Compensation is $66,518 per year. Please send resume to Alaska Freight Service Incorporated, 1699 Wall Street 100, Mount Prospect, Illinois, 60056. Once again, please send resume to Alaska Freight Service Incorporated, 1699 Wall Street 100, Mount Prospect, Illinois, 60056.
Our semi-annual sale event has arrived. Save big on PCs with Windows 11 Pro. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call 877-ASK-DELL.
7:39, Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. And this look at the roads is a service of Life Surge Chicago, coming Friday, September 16th with Priscilla Shire, Tim Tebow. Learn fresh ways to surge your faith, business, wealth, and impact. Get tickets now at lifesurge.com. Highland and Cherville, Indiana, beware this morning. You've got power lines down on Main Street, east and westbound, because of a train that knocked down those power lines and a pole much earlier this morning. 8094 accident right-hand shoulder westbound at Torrance. You have 3 left lanes blocked. I-80 eastbound right now is jammed up on the tri-state with work near I-80 with on and off ramps that are being fixed and repaired until September 12th. Tri-state right lane blocked with a disabled vehicle northbound on 294 just north of St. Charles. On the interior expressways, the Edens jammed up on the outbound side right now. Roadwork, left lane closed between Montrose and Peterson, and the Kennedy inbound just under an hour right now from O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Warm day ahead, plenty of sun, high 85. Currently 62. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
From the Matrix Home Solutions studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 The Answer online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, and on TuneIn, iHeart, and on Odyssey. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. We talked about this before. The estimates are wide-ranging because it's tough to get a handle when you're talking about the kind of money that was printed and distributed during COVID. One story, just to give you an example. This NBC News. They bought this is from March of this year. They bought Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and Bentleys, and Teslas, of course, lots of Teslas. Many who participate in what prosecutors are calling the largest fraud in U.S. history. The theft of hundreds of billions of dollars in taxpayer money intended to help those harmed by coronavirus. Couldn't resist purchasing luxury automobiles, mansions, private jet flights, swanky vacations. Experts say the theft is as much as $80 billion, or about 10% of the $800 billion handed out in the COVID relief plan known as the Paycheck Protection Program. That's on top of $90 to $400 billion. Pretty big range. Believed to have been stolen from the $900 billion in the COVID unemployment relief program. At least half taken by international fraudsters. $900 billion on the individual side, and the estimates are $90 to $400 billion stolen. $800 billion on the Paycheck Protection Program, the business side, and 10% or more stolen. International fraudsters, as well as some local fraudsters. So now that there's data to cull through, Chicago City Wire, one of those publications full of hogwash, so says Governor Spalding, looking at the distribution of payroll protection cash in Chicago. Pretty interesting. Chicago's South Side, the Auburn Gresham neighborhood, has one of the city's highest unemployment rates, 16.5%. It also has the most small businesses, according to the Paycheck Protection Program loan reporting by the SBA, the Small Business Administration. A review of the data on all loans of $25,000 and under found residents of Auburn Gresham received more than any other community in Illinois. 10,126 PPP loans, under 25,000. The average was a little over 18. 10,126 loans totaling $187 million.
For just that one neighborhood?
The population of the neighborhood is about 68,000 people. They received, that neighborhood received 13 times as many loans as it has licensed businesses.
Oh, does that reek of fraud?
744 business license holders in the Auburn Gresham neighborhood. They got 10,126 loans in that neighborhood.
So did different people in the same business apply for the PPP?
No, well, what you have, I mean, you know, there's some legitimate explanation, but there's a lot of questions based on that disparity, or there should be. One of the reasonable explanations is there's a lot of people that are independent contractors and sole proprietors, less than 500 employees, and they were eligible for PPP cash. Okay, fine. Fine. But there are questions about a lot of individuals who receive PPP cash and whether or not these sole proprietorships or the independent contracting work was real. And when you're talking about that volume, it's going to take a long time, if ever, to ferret out all of the criminal fraud. That's what happens when you willy-nilly throw money around. And I mean, again, I was a supporter of the payroll, the Paycheck Protection Act, because why? Because what the government did when they shut down the economy was a taking. And under our Constitution, you are entitled to compensation for a taking of your property. That's what it was.
And you wanted employees to still get paid, even though some worked at home, some didn't. But it was a way to keep, food on the table.
But for example, this from the Chicago City Wire, which is not a real newspaper.
According to
the leftist power structure, the media types that serve as the spokesbeings for the politicians like Pritzker and Lightfoot. This isn't real. Okay, well, this is just data from the SBA, organized for your viewing pleasure, and a little bit of analysis. And we got every neighborhood in Chicago. You want to go through it? We got the data. Is this not real? Is this hogwash? Okay. One person, give you a couple examples. Ann Quinique Hill, 33, who lives in the 1300 block of West 72nd Place, received $20,832. He's a full-time tree trimmer with the Department of Streets and Sands, earning $77,000 a year. And by the way, this also potentially implicates the lenders. Here, we're talking particularly about Capital Plus. Capital Plus was the primary lender, the plurality of the loans made in Auburn Gresham. Capital Plus made 2,308 loans, totaling $44.5 million. It's a little more than 1 in 5 loans that was received in that neighborhood. That earned them $146 million in fees. Think they have an incentive to move loans? And the incentive to move loans is fine, so long as you're abiding your fiduciary responsibilities and operating within the bounds of the law. And I'm not saying they didn't. I don't know. But this volume and some of these examples, which you're about to hear more. Another Capital Plus loan was Francesca Dills, 35 years old, of the 800 block of Southwood. She received $20,000, $20,415 to be precise, for her carpet and upholstery cleaning service business. This is according to the SBA, not according to me.
Okay.
According to the SBA. Chicago police records show Dills was arrested twice this year, once in January for possession of controlled substance, again in June for possession of a firearm without a FOID card. A native of Bloomington, in 2013, she was arrested on charges of felony delivery of marijuana, sentenced to 24 months probation, 30 hours community service. This was a question, too, during the organization of these programs is there any sort of screening going on? I mean, when you were, for example, having inmates in penitentiaries receive the personal relief checks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's another example. Lanaya Murphy, she's 19. Recent graduate of Perspectives High School. Freshman at Governor State University in University Park. She received a $20,000 loan from Capital Plus.
What?
She was reportedly, this is what she characterized herself as doing, reporting a tax preparation service business. Okay.
A senior in high school, now a freshman at Governor State.
Tax prep service. Unfortunately, she was shot and killed in January after an argument in West Pullman. Another one. Alvaro Rosnover is a customer service manager with the U.S. Postal Service. He earns $95,000 a year. Last year, he received a PPP loan of $20,000 for residential property manager's business. That was a different lender. His lender was American Lending Center of Long Beach, California, which made 16 loans in Auburn Gresham under $25,000. So I'm just saying that these people with jobs, I mean, I understand you could have a side hustle, maybe. You can be an ex-offender that starts a business, a legitimate business, and qualify for the PPP loan. Sure, it's true. But the volume we're talking about, and some of these examples where probably an additional question or two was appropriate before these loans were processed. Yeah. You're talking about a lot of your money. And also, I mean, consider people that have unquestionably legitimate businesses and what did or didn't happen for them when it came to PPP loan distribution. I mean, just to give you some examples, some additional context here. Going back, 10,126 loans in Auburn Gresham, 744 businesses. And when you look at some of the other neighborhoods in the city, for example, River North, the population is a third of Auburn Gresham. 900. There's 1,427 business licenses. There were 973 PPP loans. PPP, for loans for forgiveness. They really turned out to be grants. But so River North, it's a lot. It's a commercial district, of course. 1,427 business license holders, 973 PPP loans. Auburn Gresham, 744 licenses, 10,126 PPP loans. Neighborhoods are different. Obviously, at Auburn Gresham, you don't have the bars and the restaurants, and they're different kind of businesses. As I said at the outset, sole proprietors, independent contractors, that's all square. No problem. But that disparity is curious. The scale of that disparity is curious, particularly when you go neighborhood by neighborhood by neighborhood. This seems to me that it was possibly a way to get a lot of people, a lot of cash that was, for the legitimacy of which was dubious at best. And
It was a money grab, and people were desperate, and then some people were curious, like, oh, I should try this, and then they did.
And so people, when people understand, like, how do we have this non-participation in the workforce? How does this last so long? Because you got a $1,500 check. I mean, how long how far does $1,500 go, and people don't work for 6 months or longer? How far can $1,500 go? Maybe the question isn't how far can $1,500 go. Maybe the question for a lot of people, or about a lot of people, is how far can $20,000 go? And maybe that helps explain some of the fallout that we're trying to understand. Raising issues, real data from your government. Tom in Oswego, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. I knew when they started this program there was going to be incredible waste. I personally know a few people who are probably on paper, with assets of over $1 million. They're well off. They all got PPP loans. They tried to encourage me to get it. I told them I don't need it. I'm okay. And I would bet that probably 80 to 90% of the money spent has just been wasted and on fraud.
Right.
If they want these IRS agents to go after people like myself who struggling to keep a business afloat, why don't they go after this? They could have a field day. And now on top of all this, you've got John Podesta. Now he's in control of $370 billion of this green energy money. Where do you think all that money is going to go? There's no accountability for any of this stuff. I'll tell you, we're heading down a sinkhole, and we're heading down a sinkhole pretty fast. I'm an optimistic guy. I've called in many times about these things, but I don't see any other direction as going down. Thanks, guys.
Thanks for the call, Tom.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Darren Bailey isn't popular with the political establishment of either party because he's from the real world.
I'm proud to be a family farmer. We get up before the sun comes up, and we work until after it goes down. We fix things that are broken. We solve problems, and we grow things. And I love to remind people what farmers do. They feed the world.
Like you, Bailey knows what hasn't worked.
Decade after decade of mismanagement in Springfield, back-to-back billionaire governors, and where has that gotten us?
Bailey got involved in state politics by opposing the income tax increase signed by the previous Republican governor, and then led the opposition to the income tax increase proposed by the current Democrat governor, because high taxes are driving families from Illinois. We tried billionaires from both parties. They left us with high taxes, high unemployment, and high crime rates. How much worse does it have to get before we give a practical problem solver a try? Paid for by people who play by the rules PAC.
Hi, it's Amy, and now's the time to join the millions of Americans who have changed the quality of their sleep with MyPillow. Mike Lindell didn't stop at pillows. Oh no. Right now, MyPillow is having their biggest sheet sale of the year. The MyPillow Percale sheets are the comfiest set I own, and you're going to love them. They're available in a variety of colors and sizes and are all on sale. For example, the queen size, regularly priced at $89.99, now only $39.99 with promo code Amy. Order now because when they're gone, they're gone. These MyPillow Percale sheets are breathable, have a cool, crisp feel, and come with a 10-year warranty and a 60-day money-back guarantee. So don't miss out on this incredible offer. There's a limited supply, so order now. Go to MyPillow.com and click on the radio listener square and use promo code Amy. You'll also get deep discounts on all MyPillow products. Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use promo code Amy.
It's Health Quest Radio, Chicagoland's longest-running health, news, and science show with your host, Dr. David Kolbaba.
You know, people who age slower live longer. It's our dirt cheap age analysis assessment. We can compare your biologic age with your chronologic age to determine how fast you're aging. Just a few seconds to safely scan for those advanced glycation end products that cause premature aging. And I'll pay for your first assessment. That's right, your first one is free. Then we'll give you a few things to do and retest in 60 days. It's our dirt cheap age analysis assessment. But you gotta call our Health Quest radio hotline at 800-794-1800. 1355. That's 800-794-1855. First one free if you make that call right now. Some conditions and restrictions do apply. It's our dirt cheap age analysis assessment. Call 800-794-1855. It's Health Quest Radio with me, Dr. David Kolbaba, this Saturday morning at 11.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
I'm a physician. I've been in practice for 40 years. When I started taking this, I don't like medicines, and I probably have taken more people off medicine than I put on it. And so I looked at it, and it's pretty much a natural element. And there's no question in my mind, knowing a lot of patients, that people my age, 60 and over, do not eat right. And they certainly don't get the appropriate nutrients through the vegetables, fruits, and things like that. So I think that it supplies the building blocks that your body normally would use to heal itself, and if you don't get them, you don't heal right. So it's amazing. I'm doing what I did 2 years ago.
Start your journey to better health. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get free shipping. And don't forget to get 35% off your first preferred order by using discount code CHICAGO.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Dr. Willie Wilson, and I approve this message.
2021 marked Chicago's deadliest year in a quarter century. Crimes and gang-related violence continue to increase year over year. We can stop this violent cycle by implementing trade schools for young adults, former inmates, and other Chicagoans to learn valuable skills, providing opportunity, education, and economic empowerment. Choose Dr. Willie Wilson as mayor so we can keep Chicago safe together.
I approve this message. I'm Dr. Willie Wilson, and I approve this message.
Illinois' population loss was the third worst amongst U.S. states from July 2020 to July 2021. 2,400 businesses in the Chicago area will never reopen due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As mayor, Dr. Willie Wilson will work hard to restore Chicago by lowering taxes to keep people in the city, helping small businesses get back on their feet, and expanding access to infrastructure. Dr. Willie Wilson, leading Chicago to a better tomorrow.
I approve this message.
WIND, Chicago.
A 96-gun salute. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. That was at London's Hyde Park this morning. A shot fired for every year of Queen Elizabeth's life. Cannons also went off in similar tributes in other areas of Britain on this first of 10 days of mourning.
We remember the pledge she made on her 21st birthday to dedicate her life to service.
New Prime Minister Liz Truss addressed a special session of Parliament.
Never has a promise been so completely fulfilled.
King Charles III, her son who ascended to the throne, has just arrived in London and will address Britain in 4 hours. Tributes have poured in from around the world. Here in the U.S., this British woman heard the news while traveling in Boston and
burst into tears. I'm 71 and I've known nothing else. Nothing else.
President Biden paid tribute going to the British Embassy, calling the Queen incredibly gracious. He then addressed Democrats, pushing abortion rights and a ban on so-called assault weapons as priorities if they keep control of Congress in the elections.
The extreme set of MAGA Republicans has chosen to go backwards, full of anger, violence, hate, and division. And that's what their game is.
Republicans are calling him divisive, insulting millions of Americans. They're mourning around Marietta, Georgia, the day after 2 sheriff's deputies in the Atlanta area were murdered as they planned to serve a warrant.
They was ambushed as they got out of the cars, and they was talking with the suspect, and that's when shots were fired.
That's Cobb County Sheriff Craig Owens. 2 suspects who were barricaded in a home for hours surrendered just before midnight. A Lexington, Kentucky police officer was shot and wounded by a suspect who was killed and returned fire. North Korea's leader remains defiant. Kim Jong-un warning he'll never give up his nuclear weapons as North Korea's legislature passes a law triggering an automatic response if he's attacked. America's listening to Fox News.
62 degrees at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. A man killed, a woman injured following a shooting in downtown Chicago. Chicago police tell us the shooting happened between 3 and 3:15 this morning in the 600 block of East Grand Avenue in the city's Streeterville neighborhood. One man is dead, shot by police in Zion. Officers were called out last night by a person who reported a relative was trying to break into her home. She had an order of protection against that relative. Officers arrived. The man pulled out a gun and began firing at police, and they retreated. Then the man ran 1 block west. Officers gave chase before finally an officer shot that man, and he was pronounced dead at a nearby hospital. A Republican mayor in DuPage County concerned that Mayor Lightfoot didn't notify him about putting up illegals in hotels in his city.
Been touting the message that all migrants are welcome in Chicago and that it's a sanctuary city, has been relocating them to a hotel in DuPage County. According to an investigation by local WGN9, many of the illegals arrived on Wednesday and were quietly sent to a hotel in Burr Ridge. Mayor Gary Grasso told WGN that neither he nor the village administrator were notified, which is very concerning. The mayor says he found out when residents started calling officials. In the AM 560 The Answer newsroom, I'm Nikki Whaley.
White Sox beat the A's 14-2. They're a game and a half back of Cleveland now in the AL Central. Cubs lost to the Reds 4-3. Bears getting set to kick off the NFL campaign Sunday at Soldier Field against San Francisco. Sky out of the WNBA playoffs, losing Game 5 to Connecticut last night. The news service of Salem Surround, a local digital marketing agency, providing high-performing digital solutions to surround your target audience. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank. Visit signaturebank.bank for all your commercial banking needs. Now the latest from the Fox Business Network.
Dr. Sebastian Gorka explains simple.
I'm Liz Clayman, and this is the Fox Business Report.
Fed officials are continuing to stress the importance of raising interest rates to fight inflation. However, stock averages have been plowing through the implications of higher rates in recent days. Futures are pointing to another upbeat session for the major averages. In London, the FTSE 100 is higher. Investors are working through the sad news of Queen Elizabeth II's death. Twitter paid $7 million to its whistleblower Peter Zatko, whose complaints will now be part of Elon Musk's case against the company. However, the settlement was over compensation. Though Zatko had a non-disclosure agreement involving his early termination, it did not cover government whistleblower complaints. T-Mobile has authorized a $14 billion stock buyback. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Ginny Cosola, invested in you.
Dennis Prager doesn't fall for the tricks.
My friends, the climate issue is an excuse to give government more and more power. It's based on gobbledygook that we could live on wind and solar. Live on wind and solar power. Where is that happening in the world? Where is that happening? They're not serious about climate change. They're serious about revolution.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Charlie Kirk at 1 on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
I'm a physician. I've been in practice for 40 years. When I started taking this, I don't like medicines, and I probably have taken more people off medicine than I put on it. And so I looked at it, and it's pretty much a natural element. And there's no question in my mind, knowing a lot of patients, that people my age, 60 and over, do not eat right. And they certainly don't get the appropriate nutrients through the vegetables, fruits, and things like that. So I think that it supplies the building blocks that your body normally would use to heal itself, and if you don't get them, you don't heal right. So it's amazing. I'm doing what I did 2 years ago.
Start your journey to better health. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get free shipping. And don't forget to get 35% off your first preferred order by using discount code CHICAGO.
The following is a paid political announcement.
Darren Bailey isn't popular with the political establishment of either party because he's from the real world.
I'm proud to be a family farmer. We get up before the sun comes up, and we work until after it goes down. We fix things that are broken. We solve problems, and we grow things. And I love to remind people what farmers do. They feed the world.
Like you, Bailey knows what hasn't worked.
Decade after decade of mismanagement in Springfield, back-to-back billionaire governors, and where has that gotten us?
Bailey got involved in state politics by opposing the income tax increase signed by the previous Republican governor, and then led the opposition to the income tax increase proposed by the current Democrat governor, because high taxes are driving families from Illinois. We tried billionaires from both parties. They left us with high taxes, high unemployment, and high crime rates. How much worse does it have to get before we give a practical problem solver a try? Paid for by people who play by the rules PAC.
From the very beginning, and every workday since, at every shift and every individual effort, we carry a common purpose, a common cause. It's a duty we proudly honor, knowing behind every product we build is your faith in us. Dedicated to the craft of gun making, dedicated to your freedom, equality, security, and the promise of this great country. Smith & Wesson, empowering Americans. Learn more at smith-wesson.com.
Dell Technologies' semi-annual sale has arrived, and it's time to upgrade to the latest business technology. Save big on laptops and desktops with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get amazing deals on server, storage, and cloud solutions, as well as top work accessories, including docks, monitors, and more. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL. That's 877-ASK-DELL for special business offers during our semi-annual sale.
It's 8:08. Let's get an update on the roads in our Team Hochberg Traffic Center. This update is a service of the 100 Club of Illinois, honoring those in public safety, police, and fire, and remembering the lives given in the line of duty in 2022 at the annual Raising Hope Awards Gala. Tickets at 100clubil.org. Eden's a solid traffic road construction blocking down a left-hand lane outbound between Montrose and Peterson. Kennedy inbound, stop-and-go traffic all the way in, 53 from O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Same story on the outbound trip, 49 back out to O'Hare. 75 minutes inbound on the Ike from 390 into the old post office. Dan Ryan right now is running at 22 minutes, 95th into the Burns Circle interchange. Got to tell you about I-80 eastbound between Hobart and Richards. It's a new roadwork configuration over the Des Plaines River on the bridge. It'll be in place the entire weekend and off and on through the fall. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. A warm day ahead, plenty of sunshine, high 85. Currently 62. Next news coming up at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
From the Matrix Home Solutions Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 The Answer online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, and on TuneIn, iHeart, and on Odyssey. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560 The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. We had pressing business yesterday, so we couldn't attend to the gala celebration that occurred in the White House this week when the portraits of Barack and Michelle Obama were unveiled.
And President Obama admitted what I've known all along. Michelle, you are fine.
Yeah. Speaking of lying, this is what he had to say about the incumbent.
Joe, it is now America's good fortune to have you as president. You've guided us.
Please clap. Please clap.
You've built on and gone beyond the work we all did together to expand health care, to fight climate change, to advance social justice, and to promote economic fairness. Thanks to your decency and thanks to your strength, maybe most of all thanks to your faith in our democracy and the American people. The country's better off than when you took office. and we should all be deeply grateful for that.
Oh,
So
yeah.
thank you
Name
so
one.
much.
Give me one example. They just make these platinum, these like
man.
declarative statements. This country's better because you're in office.
We're just so
Stupid people clap. Yeah.
confirmation that we're in the Joe Obama third term, and it should have ended after one term if Romney weren't such weak tea that he got pantsed by Candy Crowley. But I digress. For more on the national landscape as it relates to the Illinois landscape, and in our continuing series of bringing you the candidates on the ballot in important races this November 8th in the state of Illinois, Kathy Salvi joins us. She's the Republican nominee for U.S. Senate, running against incumbent Tammy Duckworth. Kathy, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
Dan and Amy, let me add to your daily dose of truth. Kathy Salvi, I am on the ballot to defeat Tammy Duckworth this November. And the first thing I'm going to ask your entire listening audience is for your vote. Within your listening audience, we have the power to change Illinois for the better. So remember Kathy Salvi for U.S. Senate. Let's defeat Tammy Duckworth and give Illinois a chance to be led well. I ask all your listeners to go to my website to learn more about me, kathysalvi.com.
All right.
And my promise is to be the hardest working senator that we've sent to Washington in my lifetime.
Well, that's a low bar.
There
yeah.
you go.
Yeah.
There, let me take your questions, Dan and Amy.
All right. So here's the thing. Why do we need to make a change with Tammy Duckworth? Because she's part of the Joe Obama team, and you just heard former President Obama say we're better off today in America and in Illinois, by definition, than we were before Joe Biden took office. Isn't that right?
Oh, that's like saying, don't trust my lying eyes. I'll tell you, I'd be embarrassed to seek re-election with what we have here in Illinois. Record crime, more money being taken out of our wallets. 2 out of every 3 working Illinoisans are worried about how they're going to put their food on their table and how to gas up their car. So the economic issues and the failed Biden agenda, which Tammy Duckworth has voted for 100%, is going to be on the ballot this November. So whether you live in Chicago or downstate Vandalia, Rockford, everywhere I've passed throughout this state, all 102 counties, people are hurting. And this is why they're going to elect me to the United States Senate, Kathy Salvi.
And it's so weird because people are celebrating. Gas prices are going down. But you go to the grocery store, and it's getting worse. Things that were $9.99 are now $12.99. And then I came back the other day, and then it was $13.50. I just don't know when it's going to stop. And is that a big concern to people that you've been meeting with?
Oh, absolutely. The rising cost of living, it's making moms and dads choose between, soccer and soccer and just living, what to put on the table. And you look at just the drive-through. Anyone who goes through the drive-through at McDonald's nowadays is spending $10 just for 1 or 2 items that just last year, the year before, cost half that. So we are among the most highest taxed people here in Illinois. We are among the worst crime in Illinois. We are the most overregulated in our business. And those who are retiring, what are they doing? They're leaving the state because their dollars don't stretch. Our kids are choosing to go to schools out of state because they have a better opportunity there. And we need to keep our best and brightest here. And probably worst of all, our education system is failing our kids. Our kids aren't learning in the classroom, and parents are being, told they're in this back seat and to take a back seat in their kids' education. And it's just simply, it's untenable. So I think with a record like that and her silence in Washington on the Armed Service Committee, what has Tammy Duckworth given us in 6 years? Even Marianne Ahern said, I can't think of one thing she's accomplished for us. So that's not the leadership we deserve, and I think that will be why people will elect me. Give me a chance to serve. I'm a fifth-generation Illinoisan. I'm a mom. I'm a grandma. I'm a business owner of over 3 decades, and I'm willing to take everything I can to Washington to represent the wonderful people all of us in Illinois.
Develop that a little bit more, your background, sure. Because I know you've run for Congress before, so some people, particularly in northwest suburbs, know you are more familiar with you than maybe the rest of the state. So just your professional background and familial background, and sort of how that informs what kind of senator you'd be.
Right. I was. I'm the oldest of 9 kids, raised 12 minutes from the Wisconsin border in Waukegan, Illinois. I have raised 6 children with my husband in Mundelein. I've run a successful law practice in Waukegan, Illinois. And I just couldn't sit on the sidelines and watch what's happening to our state. I'm committed to working here and fighting here for a better Illinois, so that people will not have to flock. You know, we drive down 90 and we see those billboards that say, you know, Tennessee, Kentucky, Wisconsin. And I'd like to see those billboards in Wisconsin saying, welcome to Illinois, the land of opportunity. But my entire life I've been dedicated as an attorney to helping people who come to my practice, not because they're Republicans, but just anybody who comes to me. And I have a long record of work in Lake County. I've put a common sense, conservative, principled person. And this is the type of leadership I think we deserve in Illinois. Certainly we need balance. And I hear it in the city of Chicago when I walk door to door with Eddie Cornegay. I'm looking forward to that. And he's doing things to help his community there in Maywood. People are suffering, and we're going to be surprised. A lot of people, open-minded Democrats and many independents, are going to be voting for Republicans from my race, Kathy Salvi, all the way down ballot, because we need this type of change here in Illinois.
And people are familiar with the Salvi name because of your husband's time in office. But what was your final straw where you thought, you know what, I've got to get in this race and create change?
Well, you know, I was really taken aback when that the National School Board letter last September calling parents domestic terrorists, and then Merrick Garland, he ended up sending a letter to all the FBI offices saying, listen, arm up and work with your local law enforcement. And when in February, a parent group at Fremont 79, which is my district, sought to remove the masks, and one of the members of that group, a parent, was approached by a Lake County Sheriff Department on a charge of intimidation. Are you kidding me? My neighbor is charged with intimidation just because he wants his kids unmasked in our local school. I just knew that just tested it too far. And what we need to do is parents need to have a voice, and I'm happy to see they're getting involved within their school boards, and they're speaking out about what kids should be learning in the classroom. And I think this is a very healthy sign for democracy and for our country. And look what the Dem has given us, division, blame. And I see that out of the Democrat Party and the media. Or do I repeat myself?
Yeah, right.
What we need to have is somebody who's got common sense and who's going to draw light on the important issues that we face. And look at our national security. We have an open border to the south. We have fentanyl coming from China, which is killing American and Illinoisans. 8 Illinoisans a day die from overdose. And it's crushing. And then you look at the humanitarian crisis on the border, which we saw yesterday in Burr Ridge, Illinois, when many undocumented illegal border crossers showed up at a local hotel, with bottles of water left there in the lobby. This is outrageous, and we have silence from Tammy Duckworth. Tammy Duckworth is a rubber stamp for the failed Joe Biden agenda.
And since you raised China too, there's a story from Bloomberg that Chinese communist sources donated close to $1 billion to 115 universities, including Stanford and Harvard, over the last decade, in the form of both loans and grants. We've talked a lot about this. Talked about China, the Chinese Communist bad actions, across a range of topics, from COVID to trade to human rights to their efforts to infiltrate institutions that form the bedrock of our society and a free society generally. And so, is that when you think about like my priorities, you can't ride point on everything in D.C. What are you thinking about in terms of, you see Ron Johnson and Rand Paul, if Ron Johnson gets reelected, they're going to have a reckoning when it comes to the CDC and COVID policy during the pandemic. That's one of their foci. You've got others, Tom Cotton, that's more focused on border security, Ted Cruz on border security for obvious reasons. So where do you come down? Is it geopolitical issues that have relevance domestically, like the threats that China poses? Is it some of these, economic issues in terms of the monetary and fiscal policy emanating from D.C.? Is it institutions that have lost that are responsible for the rule and enforcement of law in this country, like DOJ and FBI? Where do you think about spending your time?
Excellent question. First of all, there are 3 reasons to vote for Kathy Salvi. If you're concerned about the direction of the economy, crime in our streets, and parents having the right to educate their children as their children need. Those are the 3 issues that I am driving, that I think will drive people to the election to vote for me this November. What do you think I'd like to give a light to? First of all, just imagine if we had a term limit. You know, a senator serves 2 terms. We wouldn't have Biden, Pelosi, we wouldn't have Schumer, and we would have people who would be more representative of us, those of us in Illinois, the families and hardworking people who live here. And what has Duckworth given us? She listens to the Washington elites. She's out of touch with people here in Illinois. And people around the state have said, I've heard of her more in 2 months than I've seen her in 6 years. We deserve more than that. And that's the type of leadership I want to bring. So certainly term limits is something I want to look at, and I would look at the Rubio-Lee bill that was passed in that. And you speak about
on the school thing for a second. What about DOJ? What about Merrick Garland? And since you said that letter got you into the race from the national school boards, and then them characterizing parents showing up at school boards to challenge COVID policy or challenge curriculum choices. What about sending the message and being one of those people who sends the message to DOJ that these are overreaches, these are unfair characterizations, and they're not going to be tolerated?
Well, we've seen how justice has been dispensed, and justice should be blind. But we've looked at what the overlook of Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden. I mean, doesn't that just kick you in the gut? I know it does me, and yet we see justice is not measured in a way in which we would expect in our country. I can't tell you how many people coming on board to my campaign. They're calling it the whisper campaign. I'm going to be with you. I'm voting for you. But they had to take a Democrat ballot in the spring, in June, but they're on board 100%. And this is not American. This is not. Our civil liberties are fast sifting like sand through our fingers. And I would suggest everyone get out there in your listening audience. KathySalvi.com. I want you involved. I want you to involve. Hey, listen, give me $5-10, and then you're going to fight for your investment in Illinois, in our Illinois soil, because we can run to Tennessee or Florida, but we cannot hide. We need to battle for this beautiful Illinois soil full of natural resources, the best, most beautiful lakeshore in Lake Michigan, and our vibrant metropolitan area of Chicago. Look what's happening to it. Folks I know don't even want to go down to their favorite restaurants and watch shows because they're so concerned with the crime. And those who live in Chicago, I used to have a home in Lincoln Park with my husband, but we were burgled twice, and we had to sell it because we couldn't keep it, and our home here in suburban Mundelein. We love Chicago, and this is, I love this state. I love this city of ours, and I want to see a revival of Illinois. We can get on the map. We don't have to be the highest taxed and the highest crime state, but good governance is what we all deserve. So I ask you, get on board, KathySalvi.com, because I need each one in the listening audience to take my case to your family and friends, and let's just make Illinois a place that can prosper and we could be proud of. And just test my brand of leadership. I promise to be the hardest working U.S. Senator that I've seen. And I owe it to our kids and our grandkids to do this. So do you see a little passion in my voice, Amy and Dan?
Yes, very good. Kathy Salvi, she Republican nominee for United States Senate. As she mentioned, KathySalvi.com is where you get more information on her candidacy and campaign. Kathy, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Great to be here. I look forward to coming again.
Thank you. And she joined us on our Turnkey AmeriCorps.pro answer line.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. On AM 560, The Answer.
Here's to patriotism. Here's to choice. Here's to having your voice be heard, especially when voting with your hard-earned dollars. When voting with your dollars, Matrix Home Solutions asks you to support businesses that share your values. If you're considering a home renovation, specifically basement or bathrooms, Matrix is asking for your vote. Matrix is a locally owned business that was recently named one of the top 50 remodelers in America. They support patriotism, freedom, and liberty-based ideals. As the title sponsor of the Freedom Summit in Chicago, Matrix has committed its support for our voices to be heard. They would also like to show support for loyal AM 560 listeners. Do you have a basement or bathroom project coming up? Visit matrixam560.com to claim your exclusive 20% discount simply by entering promo code VOTE, VOTE. Also, register for your chance to win a free home makeover at matrixam560.com. Vote with your dollars on your next home project by entering promo code VOTE at matrixam560.com. Think back for just a moment to a year ago. Stock market was up and your investments were looking healthy enough to start thinking about finally retiring. Flash forward to today. Things have changed. This is Sean Thompson for Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group. With so much uncertainty, Tom knows that retirement may no longer feel possible. But there's good news. Even with all the economic challenges we have, he's still helping people retire with confidence. And he brings decades of experience to the table that can help you build steady income designed to last throughout your retirement. You've worked hard to save and grow your wealth. Let Tom help you preserve it. Call 630-934-1855 today to schedule a complimentary retirement review. That's 630-934-1855 or visit alphawealthgroup.com. And by the way, listen to the Alpha Wealth Hour. It's Saturday mornings at 9 right here on AM 560 The Answer.
Advisory services through Retirement Wealth Advisors, LLC, a SEC-registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Alpha Wealth Group, licensed in Illinois. Celebrate Fireplace and Chimney Authority's 30th anniversary tent sale at their Lyle showroom at 1702 Ogden Avenue for 3 days only, September 22nd, 23rd, and 24th. They want to thank their loyal customers for 30 years of loyalty and look forward to another 30 years. To reward you, they're offering unbelievable savings on outdoor kitchens and gas grills. Find the absolute lowest prices on pellet grills and everyone's favorite, the Big Green Egg. From outdoor heaters, grill accessories, gas logs, electric fireplaces, and much more. You can find it all at the Fireplace and Chimney Authority's 30th anniversary tent sale at their Lyle showroom, 1702 Ogden Avenue. The smokers and grills will be going with free samples for everyone, and they're giving away free promo bags to the first 100 customers. Additional discounts for fireplace cleanings and inspections only at the event. They can't wait to see you there, September 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Visit fireplaceandchimneyauthority.com for all the details. When your home or business has an insurance claim, the next step is very important. The claim process with insurance can be tedious, hard to understand, and difficult to navigate. You need someone working for you. You need a licensed claim adjuster. Why? The insurance company will send out their inspectors that work for them, get paid by them, and represent them, not you.
This is Dan Lights from Crosscom. We inspect your property, file your claim, negotiate the damages, and maximize your settlement with your insurance company. If we complete the repairs approved by your insurance company, our service is free. Crosscom Public Adjusters has turned denied claims into approved claims. We've also increased insurance claims anywhere from 23 to 1,000%. We are licensed by the Department of Insurance and work in Illinois, Northwest Indiana, and Southern Wisconsin. Crosscom Public Adjusters, 630-871-5500. Online at crosscominc.com. That's crosscominc.com. Crosscom, building trust for over 20 years.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
It's that time of the week, Open Mic Friday, taking your calls with comments, compliments, concerns, general crack pottery. We'll take it all. 312-642-5600. Grab a line, 838.
But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
63 degrees at 8:31. A man killed, a woman badly hurt following a shooting downtown Chicago, where police tell us the shooting happened between 3 and 3:15 this morning in the 600 block of East Grand Avenue in the city's Streeterville neighborhood. Britain's new king is greeting well-wishers upon his return to London. King Charles III got out of a vehicle outside of Buckingham Palace and pressed the flesh. Newly elected British Prime Minister Liz Truss spoke highly of the Queen in her memorial speech today.
Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, was one of the greatest leaders the world has ever known. She was the rock on which modern Britain was built.
The previous Prime Minister, Boris Johnson, said it was the country's saddest day. One man is dead, shot by police in Zion. Police officers were called out last night to a person who reported a relative was trying to break into her home. She had an order of protection against that relative. Officers arrived. The man pulled a gun and started firing at police, who retreated. The man escaped, running 1 block west before officers caught up with him and opened fire. The suspect pronounced dead at a nearby hospital. Chicago aldermen are moving forward with an ordinance to try and protect abortion rights in the city. A city council committee yesterday advanced a proposal to ban local police from assisting out-of-state law enforcement with investigating those who travel to the city for abortions. The News is a service of the AM 560 mobile app, where you can text the word app to 64636, and by Garage Experts of Chicagoland. Get a customized estimate today at garageexperts.com/Chicagoland. A check of traffic and weather is on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher wants us to prepare.
We have a battle ahead of us. We have turmoil in America. We've got to be ready to fight, not physically, but at the ballot box, with ideas, with logic, with wisdom, with clarity. I know this.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Dr. Willie Wilson, and I approve this message.
2021 marked Chicago's deadliest year in a quarter century. Crimes and gang-related violence continue to increase year over year. We can stop this violent cycle by implementing trade schools for young adults, former inmates, and other Chicagoans to learn valuable skills, providing opportunity, education, and economic empowerment. Choose Dr. Willie Wilson as mayor so we can keep Chicago safe together.
I approve this message. I'm Dr. Willie Wilson, and I approve this message.
Illinois' population loss was the third worst amongst U.S. states from July 2020 to July 2021. 2,400 businesses in the Chicago area will never reopen due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As mayor, Dr. Willie Wilson will work hard to restore Chicago by lowering taxes to keep people in the city, helping small businesses get back on their feet, and expanding access to infrastructure. Dr. Willie Wilson, leading Chicago to a better tomorrow.
I approve this message.
The IRS doesn't mess around. If they want your money, they'll take it. They can take your paycheck and bank accounts too, even threaten your home or business. Don't take on the IRS alone. If you owe back taxes, the smartest thing you can do is call Optima Tax Relief. The experts at Optima specialize in a powerful IRS tax assistance program called the Fresh Start Initiative. And their clients that qualify are saving thousands. One call starts the process to stop the demand letters, stop aggressive collection actions, and stop the IRS from targeting you. But don't delay. It's important to act now while you still have options. Optima is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. Optima has already resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Get your life back. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima now for your free consultation.
Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
A successful baseball coach gets the offer of a lifetime.
We need a new coach. I'm looking at it.
I'm Coach Brooks, and I love this game.
When his methods reveal his faith, two worlds collide.
Your job description at this school reads coach, not pastor.
I'm being forced to choose between providing for my family and doing what God called me to do.
This is bigger than baseball. It's bigger than you.
Champions live here. Running the Bases in theaters September 16th. Rated PG. Tickets and showtimes at runningthebasesmovie.com.
You just keep winning.
Elevance Health Incorporated seeks engineer lead in Chicago, Illinois to design and develop ETL solutions, assess coding standards, and lead design and implementation of an insights data platform. Apply at jobpostingtoday.com, reference number 33490. Once again, Elevance Health Incorporated seeks engineer lead in Chicago, Illinois to design and develop ETL solutions, assess coding standards, and lead design and implementation of an insights data platform. Apply at jobpostingtoday.com, reference number 33490.
8:37. Let's get an update on the roads now. In our Team Hochberg Traffic Center, and the travel times is a service of Blindster. Want to save 50% on new blinds? Blindster.com offers custom-made blind shades and shutters shipped directly to you at prices less than big box retailers. Blindster.com. Eden's outbound jammed up because of road work in the left-hand lane approaching Peterson. So the outbound Eden's worse than the inbound right now. Kennedy in 59 minutes, O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Ike inbound, it's an hour 7 from 390 into the old post office. Stevenson inbound, 54 minutes from 355 into DuSable Lakeshore Drive. Dan Ryan in 1995th into the Burns Circle interchange. DuSable Lakeshore Drive jamming up on the northbound side between the Stevenson and Jackson. Tri-State earlier stall cleared northbound between 95th and LaGrange Road. I-80 eastbound road work on the Des Plaines River Bridge will be in place until 5 a.m. Monday, causing heavy delays. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Warm day ahead, plenty of sun, high 85. Clear, 64 overnight. Clouds and sun tomorrow, high 83. Currently 64. Next news coming up at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
From the Matrix Home Solutions studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 The Answer online at 560theanswer.com, on the AM 560 mobile app, on your Alexa-powered smart speaker, and on TuneIn, iHeart, and on Odyssey.
Open mic! Open mic Friday! Call it now! Open mic Friday!
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Yes, it's that time of the week. Open Mic Friday, taking your calls with comments, compliments, concerns, criticisms, general correct pottery. We'll take it all. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Since it is a day in which we mark the passing of Queen Elizabeth, I'll let you open, Amy.
You will?
Yes.
Well, our favorite person, KJP, not favorite person, but favorite person to point out at how inept she is at her job. Well, it's Peter. She was answering a question from Peter Ducey yesterday when she learned the Queen died, and literally flipping through her binder.
Great vamping here.
To see,
great vamping.
To see, what do I say? How do I feel? She's so detached.
The thing, the Inflation Reduction Act. Okay. All right. Well, okay, so that's been confirmed. Okay, the royal family.
Oh boy.
So, as I said earlier,
she just has to go through a binder.
Our hearts and our thoughts go to the family members of the Queen, goes to the people of United Kingdom. I don't want to get ahead of what the president is going to say. I want him to, from you all to hear from him first, and so I don't want to get ahead of that. And I said this earlier, our relationship with the people of the United Kingdom, and this is something that the president has said himself, has grown stronger and stronger. It is one of the United Kingdom is one of...
Okay. I just thought she'd get better after.
I gotta tell you,
after time, you should get somebody 3 months in a position to, find their footing. But this is not working.
10 billion jobs, Nordstrom pipeline.
Nordstrom, not to be compared with the Bloomingdale's. But
she literally is an example of what I mention a lot. It's like with politicians, but she's even less adroit. She knows even less than most of them. There is no brain there. there's just political cant where a brain is supposed to be.
It's pretty bad. She's the worst I've ever seen.
Oh, by the way,
yes,
we got a couple calls on the Safety Act, the no cash bail, no proactive policing law that Pritzker signed and is now trying to run away from, as are all the people who voted for it. Earlier in the show, we got a call from a woman in Park Ridge about Laura Murphy. She contacted Senator Laura Murphy's office because that's her state senator.
Yeah.
What's, give us your position on that. I didn't know if Laura Murphy had voted for it or not, but checked it out. Laura Murphy did vote for it, which is why that resident got this mealy-mouthed answer about judges will be able to blah, blah, blah. And I agree with some of it, don't agree with all of it. They are backpedaling. Mm-hmm. These leftists are backpedaling from the governor on down, and they should be, because this legislation is catastrophic if it takes effect January 1st as scheduled. And this is, to me, one of the referendum question on November 8th. Because let me tell you something. If your state legislator voted for this bill, then the other issues you're concerned about, they're on the wrong side of those issues too. You think that somebody voted for the Safety Act, but they have a great idea about how to reduce your property taxes, that they didn't also support Jelly Belly's doubling of the state gas tax, that they haven't been on board for every scam, expansion of government, demonization of people who disagree. I mean, they are, lemmings to the sea behind Pritzker. So if they're wrong on the Safety Act, if they didn't have the independence of thought to actually listen to county prosecutors, Republicans and Democrats, and county sheriffs who oppose this, because they were about the only ones really riding point when this was moving, because they understand the implications, they understood the implications it would have on their jobs. If they didn't have the independence of mind to step up at that point and vote no on this and stop this, remember, supermajorities of Democrats in both chambers, then they're going to be wrong on everything else, which is why it's real easy to make this a referendum question, because it speaks to the first responsibility of government, the physical safety of constituents.
Call your state rep, call your state senator.
Just look it up online.
Both of mine voted, but...
Well, of course, I mean, in the Chicago, please.
Sarah Fine.
You don't even have to bother looking it up.
Yeah.
You know where they are. John, Bridgeport.
Well, Dan, you just took the wind out of my sails. I was going after that Safety Act because it's up to you two and the Blessed Mother, hopefully, to change people's minds on this. This Safety Act is absolutely ridiculous. Dan, one of these people find out that I supported Trump. They shoot. They take a shot at me and miss and kill someone else. They don't get to be detained. They just they just go into the station, get fingerprinted, and then they leave. That's garbage, and that's exactly what that Safety Act allows to do. Also, congratulations, Chicago. You just reached a nice pinnacle. 2,000 carjackings in a year. You can look it up. See you guys.
Thanks, John. Rick, Downers Grove.
Hey, good morning. Hey, real quick thing. I called about the Safety Act, but when Jean-Pierre mentioned, the Queen in Great Britain, I would have said, hey, good guess, because I don't think she even knows that. She just read it. But, hey, the Safety Act, I would love to see you and Pritzker debate that, like a pay-per-view, because I would pay big money to see that. But he won't do it, and, he doesn't have a leg to stand on to defend it, for one, and in the Battle of the Wits, he's unarmed, and there's no way he'd ever do that, but I would love to see you do that. And you guys just have a good weekend.
Thanks for the call, Rick.
Yeah, debate Pritzker. Oof. When is Bailey going to debate Pritzker?
They've got debates. I don't know if they've been announced yet, but I think they're moving towards announcement. Okay. Eduardo, Midway.
Yeah, good morning. Oberlin College is going to be paying that money to Gibson's Bakery.
Yeah.
And then
it's $40 million, right?
Right. And then quickly, this Sunday's 9/11, so hopefully everybody will get a chance to, recollect it's 21 years, because it's slowly being forgotten by a lot of people in the media.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Eduardo. By the way, just on that, did you see this?
Are you talking about the restaurant had the specials?
The garish side of capitalism a little bit here. Yeah, the clubhouse at Aquia Harbor in Manassas, Virginia, this country club. They had a special Patriot Day 2022 seafood Sunday. First responder flatbed. Flight 93 redirect.
Pentagon pie or something. Good
Yeah, the
yeah.
Flight 93 redirect was like a crab dip with crostinis or something. Flight 93 redirect, really?
What is wrong with them?
Remember Teeny? I mean, jeez. Does anybody never forget Sampler? I don't know. This is actually Tyler.
And then they put it out on a flyer too. I'm like,
Well, and
stop.
they've since apologized when somebody
Well-
with good taste explained to them what good taste looks and sounds like. But this is something too, though. Tyler
Kids
Cohen
don't
wrote about this in his Bloomberg column a couple weeks ago. The death of good taste. This isn't the rule of law. This is a discussion of culture, which is frankly, precedes the rule of law, informs the rule of law. It's just the lack of good taste, the lack of judgment. I don't know. Just the thinking behind that is just baffles me. Larry in Elmhurst.
Hey, good morning. Hey, Dan, were you behind that newspaper? Because I got it too, and that was, I'll tell you what, that opened my eyes more than I thought. But that Amendment 1 on the that's going to be on the ballot, that's nothing but a property tax increase.
Yeah, you're right about that. I think Amendment 1, which thanks, Larry, we talked about with Ted Dabrowski on Tuesday. This is the codification of collective bargaining agreements between public sector unions and the state, which is sort of, they're on both sides of the deal. Codification of them constitutionally, so they would supersede statutory law in Illinois. And you think the pension clause is a problem. Now all aspects of the terms and conditions of work for public sector union workers would have constitutional protection, meaning salaries and benefits will only go up at a 45-degree angle, regardless of capacity to pay. The cost of public works projects will only go up at a 45-degree angle, regardless of cost to pay. And Larry's exactly right. What it translates into is massive property tax increase, probably other tax increases. Don't forget, this is a governor who wanted to graduate the state income tax.
Oh, that's right.
Ken
Ken Griffin's group stopped it.
Lest we forget. No, the voters stopped it.
Well, voters stopped it. Right.
And the voters can stop him. Stop the guy whose policies you just stopped a couple of years ago. How's that for a pretty simple argument? And that Amendment 1, the public sector unions in this state, but they need to be pushed back a bit because, as I have said innumerable times, right now they run the state, and we are just spare parts for their champagne wishes and caviar dreams when it comes to salaries and benefits and power. I feel like Wheel of Fortune. Dawn in Naperville.
Hi, good morning. Thank you so much for taking my phone call. Dan, you were talking about reading rates earlier in the week with Dan Dabrowski, and they were specifically talking about fourth grade. And the reason why the National Center for Educational Statistics looks at fourth grade, because if a child by the time they're in fourth grade is supposed to be reading to learn, not learning to read. And the data shows if they're not, they never catch up. So for the state of Illinois in 2019, Black children, only 17% were proficient. Hispanics, only 23% were proficient. CPS is worse, 6% for 2021. Hispanics were 10%. Kids with IEPs, which means they have a disability, 3% were proficient in fourth grade for 2021. If you go to Illinois Reading Illinois, go to their website and you scroll below, they have case studies of school-to-prison pipeline in Illinois case studies. This dyslexia that are linked specifically to Black children. So here's what I have a question for, and I'm so aggravated. This Illinois Reading, for Illinois, I can't, so aggravated. Everybody reading for Illinois was trying to get a bill passed last year, the right to read bill, because what your listeners need to understand is that schools are not mandated right now to offer supports for districts for evidence-based reading support. They're not. And so I have a question. I want to know why the Illinois State Board of Education was not championing this bill, knowing the statistics that we have for Black children that cannot read. And you wonder why we've got a crime problem in the state? So that's a question for Governor Pritzker. Why is your board, what are you doing to improve the reading rates for our Black children? That's where these legislators need to start. That's why they're focusing on this crime bill. They don't have the efficacy to do what is right for these children. I'm so aggravated. So you keep doing what you're doing, Dan. Obviously, you've hit a nerve, and that's why you're giving the response. And they can't get around it because their own Democratic county officials are against it. So congratulations.
Thanks for the call, Dawn. Appreciate that. Appreciate the call on the merits of the dismal performance of our school systems in this state, despite that spending going up at a 45-degree angle. Speaking of 45-degree angles, Rich in Indian Head Park.
Yes, good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. Dan, the reason why Pritzker is attacking you is because you criticized his policies. And you know you can't do that because once you criticize them, what they fall back on is calling you a racist. So that's exactly what he's doing now because he's got such a terrible policy and because you called him out on it, that's why he's attacking you. And there's one other thing I'd like to mention. I'm tired of hearing all of these sanctuary states blaming Abbott for all of these people, these illegals coming to their towns. The only person they have to blame is Biden because he's the one that caused the crisis across the country. They should point the finger at him and stop praising him for doing such a great job in the country because he hasn't done one thing to make this country better.
Thanks for
Have a good weekend.
Thanks for the call, Rich. Tom, Blue Island.
Hey, Dan and Amy. Dan, I had called you maybe 6 months ago. I was questioning the PGA's treatment of Phil Mickelson. I kind of considered it canceling. You didn't feel that way, and
No.
I kind of agreed with you after you said it in reference to he was a member of the PGA. Now the PGA has moved on to, a de facto canceling of the current British Open and TPC champion Cameron Smith, and I was just wondering if you changed your mind at all about how the PGA Tour is treating these guys.
Let me tell you something about the LIV Tour. All right.
Because
Let me
oh
just
my
tell you
gosh,
something.
you haven't talked about it.
I know.
Are you having withdrawals?
I've been keeping this bottled up, and I need to get it out.
Okay.
They're gonna let players wear shorts. That's it.
They
Yeah, they're gonna let players wear shorts.
Nobody wants to see.
I can't. That is.
No, nobody wants to see that.
Pants plus fours. That's it. No shorts. Tournament golf? Shorts and tournament golf? No.
No. I'm going to agree with you on that.
No.
Absolutely.
No. That's all I have to say about the LIV Tour because now it's not even. I refuse to even entertain any substantive questions about it because
They're wearing shorts.
they just jumped on the third rail. Chuck and Delavan, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Thanks for mentioning my band's name at the 5 o'clock hour, Tom, from November the 8th. Big Corn Fest this weekend, Darien, Wisconsin. Come over there and eat as much corn as you want. Another thing I got going for you, Queen Elizabeth, I don't know if you know this, she had a press conference the day before yesterday and stated, and I will quote, "I have information that will lead to the arrest of Hillary Clinton," quote, unquote. So, and then the next time you get Brian Style, my opponent on the radio, you ask him why he was stalking me yesterday over here in Muskego and took a picture of me in my truck.
Is that a corn
traffic.
metaphor? Stalking?
Get it?
Oh yeah,
Stalking.
I never even thought that. That's great. But he was here yesterday. He took a picture of me and my truck, but he didn't stop in to say when we were going to debate. So anyway, things are heating up here. You guys have a great weekend, and everybody stay out of trouble.
Thanks for the call, Chuck. And since you mentioned corn and stalking, this goes out to you, a tribute to you, Chuck from Delavan, from our very own Kevin Bacon.
It's corn, a big lump with knobs. It has the juice. I mean, look at this thing. It's corn. I can tell you all about When I tasted it with butter, everything changed. 'Cause it's corn, baked lump with mouths and has the juice. I mean, look at this thing, it's corn. I could tell you all about it when I tasted it with butter. Everything changed. It's corn.
I mean, it's just.
Did he take a bite of it? Like,
He did. It's just. I don't know why I'm so fascinated by this. It's just such a beautiful tribute to corn.
well,
You know. And I mean, I appreciate the
stole the
kid.
lyrics
I know
from
he
the
stole the
kid,
kid from
Tyreek.
Tyreek, the corn kid.
yeah. Officially the corn kid. Where's my corn kid, Tyreek? This one's better.
I really like corn.
What do you like about corn?
Ever since I was told that corn was real, it tasted good.
Did you think corn wasn't real?
But when I tried it a bit better, everything changed.
Yeah,
I
there you
love
go.
corn.
And thus the Kevin Bacon ditty was born.
Yeah.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Dr. Willie Wilson, and I approve this message.
2021 marked Chicago's deadliest year in a quarter century. Crimes and gang-related violence continue to increase year over year. We can stop this violent cycle by implementing trade schools for young adults, former inmates, and other Chicagoans to learn valuable skills, providing opportunity, education, and economic empowerment. Choose Dr. Willie Wilson as mayor so we can keep Chicago safe together.
I approve this message. I'm Dr. Willie Wilson, and I approve this message.
Illinois' population loss was the third worst amongst U.S. states from July 2020 to July 2021. 2,400 businesses in the Chicago area will never reopen due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As mayor, Dr. Willie Wilson will work hard to restore Chicago by lowering taxes to keep people in the city, helping small businesses get back on their feet, and expanding access to infrastructure. Dr. Willie Wilson, leading Chicago to a better tomorrow.
I approve this message.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right. Thanks so much for making us part of your morning, part of your lives. What are you going to do today, Dan? Can I speak English? What are you going to do today, young man?
Break big rocks into little ones like I do every day.
And maybe Pritzker will take a break on you.
He doesn't have to. I appreciate the attention. I hope we can reconcile.
I used to live rent-free in his head. Now you live rent-free in his head. We got to get him a Chicago Morning Answer t-shirt. All right. Have a great